Welcome, everyone. Hello. Welcome into episode 5 of City of Light and Shadow, a Fate French Resistance campaign. I'm so happy to see all of you here who are with us live or on the YouTube saying hello. Hi, everyone. Hey, I hope you're doing well. This is our episode 5. This is right after the solo we had with, I don't know, someone. There are some things that you cannot see right now, but I'll tell you about them. Really, when I say you, I actually don't mean the audience, because you all know, because you were there last week, but some people were not there last week, and they don't know, so I'm just going to have to tell them in a few moments. But first, I just want to say thank you for being here, and I want to say I would like to let you know how you can help us out if you would like to support us. The first thing you can do to help us out is be here. You know, just watch the show. Also, tell your friends about the show. You can send them secret messages in invisible ink or in Morse code if you like. I mean, any of those things are fine. Let them. You can retweet our live tweet. That also works. You can, just be here, watch. You can also join our Discord. We have one if you would like to, hang out with us. Other than that, you can also subscribe to this channel. You can follow and subscribe to all of our players. You can join our Patreon, which is, that just reminded me of a thing I need to do. Patreon.com, and that is Academic Foxhole, which goes to help pay for the cast, and also Ifrithiel, who's our graphic designer, who's done our overlays. And you can... So did Patreon, I did Discord, I did liking and subscribing. Oh, you can give us tips and bits if you like, and if you do, we will read out your messages at the intermission and at the end. And you can also theoretically you could spend your extra credits, which are our channel points, to give our players extra fate points. And there are only 2, and those 2 have both been claimed, and I'm going to just move us over to our map screen so that you can see them happening. Now, I just want to this is the thing that I'm going to point out that Greg knows that KP and Lindy don't know. If you look at our lovely screen, they have 2 group fate points. Before they got onto the call, had 0 group fate points because they were all gone. Also, I believe that Greg had 0 of his own personal fate points left as well, I believe. Yes?
I mean, fate points are meant to be spent, correct?
They are meant to be spent. This is true, but you get them all
I'm
back.
playing the game.
Oh, and I'm here for it. I am here for it. I want all of that fate point excitement. And at the beginning of each episode, you get your fate points back, and our heroes get their max. 2 for Oscar, 3 for Frieda, and 3 for Preetam. And the Roses of Paris get 2. And so I have refreshed that fate point pool for them. And they got 2 letters from home. One from Rissa, who is our mod, who's amazing. And one from Hescape, who is also amazing, but not a mod, at least not yet, at least not here. For all I know, Hescape is a professional mod in 18,000 communities. But I don't know. I'm not going to make assumptions. But that said, I will now bring over these 2 more fate points for the group, because that is only fair. And so it is. Now, I will note that the way fate works is that fate is super scalable for how many players you have. And I, as a GM, have as many fate points per scene as there are players. So currently, because our little red dot is not here at the moment, she's not going to be here this week, I get 3 per scene only. Then I get to refresh them, but we'll see how that goes. Okay, so that's all of I feel like that's all of our exciting logistics. Let me introduce our players, or let them introduce themselves. I would love each one of you to say who you are playing. When last we left off, each of our characters had a visit to the SS headquarters, just for like a routine check-in to see how they're doing. Some of those routine check-ins did involve a little bit of ooh, speaking of which, I need to do that thing over there. Excellent. A little bit of, what do you call it? Threatening people. That was also part of, you know, a little bit of what
I don't know what you're
happened.
talking about. It was very pleasant.
It was pleasant for some people, maybe not for everyone. That's all I'm gonna
It
say.
was pleasant for one person.
It was pleasant for one
Literally
person.
one person.
Yeah.
It was super fast, easy, and I got what I wanted. So I don't understand.
Sorry.
So it's great. Everything was fine, and we are going to pick up. At least I will give the offer of picking up on Christmas Day, which is the 25th of December, 1941. The next day, after everyone has sort of dispersed and see how we're doing. And so I would like to ask each one of you to tell me who you are, what character you're playing, and the question I would give you for today is, you've all been like, had an evening, a long night, there was a murder, and I suppose what I would like to ask each one of you is, in this sort of process of being present or adjacent to an assassination that happened, could each of you tell me about your character? I would like to know the very first time they saw someone die. Where were they? What were their circumstances, and how did they react? Those are the things I'd like to ask. And so, please, we're going to end with Greg, because Greg is a troublemaker in the best possible way. We're going to begin with KP. Tell me who you're playing, who are you, who you're playing, and when did your character first see someone die? What were the circumstances, and how did they feel?
Okay, yeah. Hello, everybody. My name is KP, and I play Dr. Preetam Singh, or also known as Prince Preetam Singh of Rajasthan. And he, oh man, I think the first time he probably would have been on the operating table as a student.
Oh.
Going through, I'm sure when he got advanced enough in his studies, the first time he ever had to actually, maybe not the first time, I mean, I'm sure he's had a proper couple successful surgeries, not that, with his as an assistant, but then I'm sure one of those days it didn't go as well, the operation went awry, and there you go. He witnessed the patient die. I feel like he probably feels a lot like what he kind of felt the other day when he witnessed the mother-in-law die. But at the time, he kind of just felt like, oh man, I failed, academically, kind of, and also just as a, oh man, this is human life that I could have saved but couldn't. And then everybody's like, okay, it's not your fault, this was just how it was meant to be, that there was nothing more we can do. So there was still some level of, okay, I can move on. Whereas this, I think, is going to sit a little bit more heavily in his heart, simply because he feels as responsible for this person's death. And it didn't help that he actually spent time with her on the journey there, and getting to know her and sympathizing with her and seeing her as just a person. No matter how, annoying she was.
I mean, being annoying doesn't necessarily mean that you should be murdered.
So,
although, I mean, I suppose being the wrong place and wrong time. Now, if I remember correctly, I just want to check in with you. Your character has, because your character has a really good will, has 4 stress slots, mental stress slots. And if I recall correctly, all of them are full right now. Yep. Okay, just checking in.
Don't break me.
It's fine. Lindy of the Laugh Love variety. Now, I just want to point out a small note. Prax in our chat, who was wonderful and a streamer, and you should watch shows on Prax's channel, did have a question, which was, is Greg or Lindy the bigger troublemaker? It says it's difficult. Very difficult. Yes. So
it might be subjective, each person might have a different opinion on the matter, depending on how much we've fucked with them.
That's fair. I just meant bigger troublemaker since the last episode, since it was a Greg solo. So I just feel like,
Oh, well.
Could you tell me who you are playing, and then when was the first time your character saw someone die? What were the circumstances?
Question: die or murdered? 'Cause those are two different.
I'm gonna just say die to leave it completely open.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe the first time you saw somebody die was a murder. I really don't know. That's why I'm asking.
Oh, that's a wonderful question. Hi, I'm Lindy. Laugh Love Lindy. And I'll be playing Frieda Engel, although I'm not dressed as like Frieda Engel typically is because I have plans, and those plans might involve one of her many aliases by this point of Madame Cobra, because she's got some business involving some brothels and maybe some crime. I wouldn't worry about it. I'm sure it'll all be fine.
I thought you were dressed for a funeral, and I was like, are we going to witness the death of a husband? Of a certain husband?
No. I need him at least for another month. Now, that might make a wonderful Valentine's Day gift, come February, but we'll see. Maybe an early Valentine's Day gift. I don't know. We'll have to see. Happy Valentine's Day. You're single. Her best Valentine's Day in like a decade. But anyways, the first time Frieda saw someone die, I'm just going to give you two things, Trooper. I'm going to give you the first time she saw someone murdered and the first time she saw someone died. Because
is it because you care about me?
I do.
Thank
I do.
you.
So the first time she saw someone die, it was probably her elderly next door neighbor, Camille, who taught her French neighbor. And it was probably just from sickness, just illness. She got really old, like really old. And then, things were a little tough during World War I. There wasn't a lot of available medicine in her part of town. And so I think she just kind of passed away quietly due to illness when Frieda was probably about like 7 or 8. And then the first time she saw someone murdered, she was with her uncle.
Your uncle.
Yeah, her uncle Fritz.
What is it that your Uncle Fritz does?
Oh, well, he does a lot of different things. But this was at the art studio he has.
His art. Oh, yeah, his art studio.
Yeah, his art studio.
Yeah.
Which is not a code word for anything else. Yeah, I think she visited him at the art studio because she had something she wanted or was delivering something that he had asked for, and just happened to be there at the wrong time, and maybe she was let in rather than him coming to the door as per usual protocol. And she may have seen someone, murdered,
and
in a not kind way.
And how did she respond? And how old was she?
At that point, she's probably early teenager, like 14, like 13, 14.
And how did she respond to going into the art studio and seeing a murder?
Well, she'd caught glimpses of inside the art studio before, so she had an idea of what went on, but she just didn't know it ended in death until that point, in which she was like, oh, well, you're probably old enough. And she was like, oh, okay. I think she was a little shocked, maybe a little stunned for the rest of the day / week, and then moved on. It's these things happen, she guesses.
That's very
it's when you've got a family member doing these kinds of things and you're living in the not great part of town, these things happen. As long as you're on the good side of it, that's what's important. As long as you're on the proper side of things.
Yeah,
that's what she determined from that.
Okay. I'm gonna take that as a sign that Frieda is a sweet, innocent
she was shocked at first, but then she's like, well, he's had this art studio a long time. I bet this has happened a lot. And he's just been nice and not told me. Seeing how he said, you're now old enough. It's fine. I was like, oh, okay. Let me just process and accept this.
I do appreciate that you processed in a healthy way, I assume.
Oh yeah, all internally, because she couldn't tell her parents, because they don't exactly approve of everything Uncle Fritz did.
Right, and he's a wine merchant.
Lots of things. He does a lot of things.
Yeah. Interesting. I wonder.
He's like, you might say he's like a startup kind of guy.
Oh, a startup kind of guy. Nice.
Manages multiple kind of endeavors.
Like an entrepreneur.
Yes, like an entrepreneur, but for crime. A crime entrepreneur.
I'll take it.
Yeah.
And Grimjack Greg, who are you? Who are you playing? And tell me, when was the first time that Oscar saw someone die?
Okay, I'm Greg, Grimjack21502. I'm going to be playing Oscar Mueller, who is a former Nazi agent. And I will say this, I heard murder the first time, so I'm going to go with that. Now, I'm sure that Oscar's probably heard, experienced like family death. In fact, I know he has before this moment that I'm going to talk about. But this would have been shortly after the flashback episode that we had, in the before times last season. And he witnessed one of his friends from the theater being beaten to death by the Nazis. And it was in that moment that the Oscar that is now walking around was born.
And so you were like early 20s, right? I have a question. And I would not be worried about this question at all.
Yeah.
Where was Oscar when this happened?
Oscar witnessed it. Oscar was not a part of the war machine yet.
Yeah.
Had not been conscripted into service. Or
was he hiding? Was he being held back? I suppose I want to know how much danger was Oscar in at that moment?
Oscar was in a fair amount of danger. This was something that a party where they were, any gathering at that time was assumed to be, counter the Nazi movement. So as they were running from the scene, he realized that his one friend wasn't with him. Several went back. They witnessed the end.
I see. Yeah. I'm going to ask you for a name later, but for no reason. So, I just going to ask you for a name. So, with that, let us find out where we are. We're going to pick up, at least I'm going to offer the curtain open on Christmas Day, which is the 25th of December. Sometime... probably morning-ish is when I'll offer it, so it's a day off. And now, the prince would have been brought back to his apartment unless he wanted to go, after that situation, to go back to the hotel, to the suite with the gang, with our injured Regina and her husband, Holgar, and their house guest, Frieda. So I suppose I would ask, would our good doctor want to go back to the hotel, where the luxury hotel where the crew is staying, or would the prince want to go back to his apartment?
That is a really good question.
I know. I try to ask good questions.
Because I think there's a division in his mind of duty, which is, hey, I need to take care of these guys. I'm their doctor. I need to make sure that they're okay, especially Regina. And the other side, which is, I don't want anything to do with them right now. Like, I do not want anything to do with the situation, with these people. I am distraught and stressed. So, oh boy. I think what he'll do is probably do like in the car itself, while he can, he'll do a quick checkup on Regina and kind of like make sure everybody looks good, and then he probably just wants to go home.
Yeah. Okay. In which case, I think I need to ask Frieda a question. What time do you wake up in the morning?
Oh, what time do we get back? I know it's early. Yeah.
Like 3 or 4.
Okay.
Right? Because it was all two or 3 about, wouldn't you say? About, yes, right?
We were back. Which time are you going by? Paris or?
Paris time.
Then it was 1.
1?
Because,
because the murder was at 10.
Yep.
10:30 Paris, 10 Paris, 11 German time,
So maybe even a little bit before that,
So right, you would have gotten back around 1-ish in the morning?
Okay, that's not that bad then. It's even earlier than my usual bedtime.
Right?
Yeah. I think she's sleeping a little because it's Christmas. But not a lot. It's maybe like 6 or 7.
Okay. So, I just want to do a little bit of housekeeping for you.
Yeah, like 7. That's like 6 hours sleep.
Sure.
That's all you need. That's all I need, right?
So, for reasons that may or may not become apparent to you all later, I'm going to have to advance the violence clock by 2.
Okay.
Greg knows why. Greg may be trying to escape, but Greg knows why. Also, it's a new day, so I'm going to get rid of any aspects that are any kind of aspects that need to go. Paris Weeps for You is gone. Your attaché attached is gone. Nicolette is no longer yesterday's it girl.
Okay, I can get him back.
Preetam being seen in all the circles, that is gone.
Okay.
Oscar no longer a traffic director.
Am I not stressed anymore? Is that what you meant?
Oh, no. You just had an aspect put upon you. But that aspects last about a day or so.
Okay. Gotcha.
Well, in the official rules, aspects last less than that. They last like a boost lasts basically 1 turn, and like an aspect lasts 1 scene. But I sort of am taking things out of meta time and putting them in game time. So an aspect will last about a day or so, unless it's something like those heroin deposits. That heroin that you have is not gonna go anywhere. The overpriced flowers are gone, and your business is booming is gone. Nice. Feel good about that. So I think I have to ask Oscar a question. It's a secret question. Nobody else listen. Chat, you can listen. But what time does Oscar get home? Does he get home before or after 7 when Frieda wakes up?
It would be right there, because I think we put that dawn would be right around 6:30-ish. So he was going to make his way back in right around a little bit in the darkest, darkest before he was going to make his way.
All right, then. So let us start right about, 6:30-ish.
Is this with everybody? Because I think they're all muted.
Oh, yeah. You can come back in. You're back in. So excellent. So, it's about... Can I get an awareness from Frieda?
Sure thing.
Thank you.
An awareness.
Can I get a stealth from Oscar?
Now, I do have my new stunt.
Wait, what is your new stunt?
And Oscar by any other name. Gain a +2 to stealth when Oscar is not dressed as Holgar. Is that...
Yeah. +2 to stealth, presumably for overcome actions. Yes. Please.
Okay, so this would have a 2 added to it. So it's a 2.
Okay. That's a tie, which is interesting. So
I will fail if
it's actually Lindy's choice. Lindy. Since you are the active, I would like to ask you.
Yes. Yeah.
Would you like to succeed at a minor cost? Would you like to fail but gain a boost, or would you like to partially succeed?
Partially succeed. That sounds fun.
Yeah, a good partial. That's fine. You wanted to wake up around 7, yes?
Yeah, like 6 or 7.
It's around 6:30-ish in the morning when you hear someone outside not outside of the apartment, but outside of the room that you're staying in. In probably somewhere in the living room, the front room. So one of them is up already and moving about.
Okay.
Early. But then again, Regina and Oscar often wake up very early to do calisthenics. They really like I believe it's a lot of push-ups y'all like to do, if I remember correctly.
It's great to watch them do calisthenics.
I remember my backstory. I remember my PCs running around spending their quality married time doing push-ups with each other in the morning. Do you want to
that's not an innuendo. That's actual push-ups.
Actual push-ups.
Right.
Yes. No, I figured as much. And I imagine we just had the Christmas Eve party the night before. So I imagine there's like leftovers and some beverages outside still. Yeah, she'll just wake up. It's a little earlier than she was intending, but that's fine. She'll just, wake up, get to pour herself a drink, get some tea, maybe spike it with something. It's fine.
When you step out into the
dressing gown,
into the front room, because it's only a partial success, Greg, it is your choice whether or not she realizes you were sneaking in or that she thinks you were just up.
Yeah, she can catch me. That's fine.
And then
what do you look like, our dear sneaking in?
Great question.
Yeah.
At this point, because he didn't have to, he is carrying his Holgar clothes, but he would be dressed in all black. He has a skin tight, long sleeve black shirt on, and there is a band of black painted across his eyes that's about an inch above, and kind of like a brush of ash across his eyes, but it's definitely makeup that he, of course, did not take from his dead mother-in-law.
He might have, but
I might have, but I mean, but you don't know that.
It's not really.
I'm definitely not giving you that information.
And also, it's not really your mother-in-law, so does it really matter?
Could have used Freida's. She would have been fine. I'm like, whatever. It's your people, it's your makeup. It's cool. Whatever.
So yeah,
I think she.
Yeah, he looks like he's been out.
She came out of the room. Kind of pause. Were you out late last night?
Yeah. Happy Noel.
Yeah. Happy Noel. And she'll just start pouring herself a drink. Was it productive at least? Oh, drink?
Yeah.
Or you won.
Yeah, he'll take it and just head immediately to the shower. He needs to not have this in case somebody shows up.
That's fair.
Because somebody's going to show up.
I'm going to note he seems to have something, like his shoulder seems a little bit
yeah, he would probably strip off the shirt on his way back. He's been through it a bit.
Yeah, it looks like there's some bruising on his shoulder. Something he must have pulled something, perhaps. It's a little worse for wear.
It's just that he's going in. Would you like some help applying ointment in a bit?
You would just hear from the shower as it turns on. Yeah.
KP.
I was just going to ask, would any of this have come up during Preetam's checkup at all?
Weird. He didn't have that shoulder thing the night before.
Oh, weird.
Okay. Oh, strange. Okay.
Yeah, so strange.
Oh,
I don't
mind them.
know what happened in between going to sleep and then just waking up, but something happened. I suppose you'll find out.
Yes, and as Drake just said in chat, just so everybody remembers, Oscar's face claim is, of course, Chris Evans. Back at you, Trooper.
You know what? In case we have new people who don't know what you look like, could you describe Oscar in great detail?
He is Germany's ass. He is Chris Evans in Infinity War. He's got the longer hair. He's clean shaven at the moment, but he has that. He's a big guy. And especially for the time, I always said he's more like Steve Reeves. Yeah. Like he's one of the original bodybuilders. Yeah. Those guys that, not necessarily were huge, but for their time, they were very broad and very defined. And that is Oscar. So Chris Evans, Steve Reeves, put them together.
Big triangle shape. Also, side note, anabolic steroids, i.e. testosterone, they were developed in the 1930s. So they started becoming more available, broadly speaking, in the 1950s. But, I mean, it's 1941. You could have gotten some, depending on what was going on over there. I don't know, but I imagine you just do a lot of lifting of things, heavy things.
Don't
A
do
lot
drugs,
of like
kids.
banging things off of other things.
Banging
He's
things off
found
of
to be-
other things. Don't do drugs. And what does Frieda look like for those who have never seen her?
So Frieda, face claim is Brenda Marshall.
Mhm.
She is rather petite, but she carries herself with a decent amount of poise. And depending on the scenario, various levels, she could be more demure to, bitch, are you looking at me the wrong way? Like, just, it really depends on what she wants you to perceive her as. But face claim is Brenda Marshall. She's curvy, petite, very cute, brunette, brown eyes. Not exactly, the peak German aesthetic, but she's cute.
I do want to point out that you do have a phone, that you have phone access because it is 1941. Telephones exist. I would also point out that almost all telephones are monitored. Almost all of them, in case you're wondering. So he's in the shower and you're sort of having a nice sort of tea. Regina
like
does...
a morning hot toddy.
Like a morning hot toddy.
With a little bit of whiskey.
Regina does not seem to be up just yet. Or at least she's not.
She got shot. She's probably recovering.
Yes.
She's not that worried about it.
And the prince is not with you at the moment.
Probably for the best. He looked like he needed some time to process some things.
Do you really think he should process by himself?
I mean, it was surely fine. She did. She got over it.
That's right.
He went through like spy training. That's more than she's ever had. I'm sure he'll be fine.
Right.
And if not, then we can, deal with that later. We can check in on that. I don't want to call him up on the phone and be like, "Hey, buddy, you doing okay after that murder last night?" So, it can wait.
Oh yeah, totally. I mean, I'm sure. I mean, like you dealt with watching somebody tortured to death in a murder kind of way in an art studio when you were 14. I'm sure your coping mechanisms are super healthy. Like, what were you having for breakfast?
Super healthy.
I'm sorry. What were you having for breakfast?
Oh, she's having a hot toddy for breakfast this morning. No, she's going to go get actual breakfast too. I'm sure there's some leftovers.
It is Christmas, Trooper.
It is Christmas. I can have a morning hot toddy.
How often do you have a morning hot toddy?
Oh, well, not a lot lately. I think since coming to Paris, this is like probably one of her first ones. But if she was back home with her husband, I'd imagine that's how she usually takes her tea in the morning, is with a bit of whiskey or booze in it.
Yeah, I imagine
it makes the rest of the day and the house just that much more palatable and tolerable,
Oh, that sounds great. Speaking of super healthy. Speaking of great healthy things, Preetam, it is what time does our doctor wake up in the morning?
I don't know if he had a chance to really sleep.
Ooh.
I think he's just been if anything, it was very restless sort of a sleep. Just constant flashes of a dead body in the car. I think after a certain point he realizes this is not working, and he probably just like goes and makes himself a really nice bath, and worst comes to worst, like it just I don't want to do it that way. Never mind, not gonna go that way.
Are you sure? I mean, if you want it could be a self-compel. I don't know. I'm just
I meant okay, so I was like going to say after a certain point I feel like the hot bath probably really helped him, and I think he just generally just he passes out due to the sheer lack of sleep and sheer exhaustion is what causes him to actually fall asleep.
Can I just ask a question though?
Yeah.
What time are we talking about?
What time did we actually leave? Like,
you would have gotten home around a little bit before 1 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, okay. I would say after a certain point, like I think his body just drops out of sheer exhaustion at probably around like 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning. Part of it is just like the I think at the same time, if I recall correctly, when he gets home, one of the things he does is writes a letter to his brother in India about, just missing him, and also.
Oh, hold on. We don't get to just go through that letter. So, not like that. So, I don't know if you know this. KP.
Oh.
KP. There's this amazing RPG, which I love and I recommend to everyone, called The Good Society. A Good Society. And it's like a Jane Austen RPG. And there are different phases. You do your RP, spread rumors, and there's the letter writing phase where you write letters. And we get to hear what they are. And so I would like, in sort of in honor of A Good Society, could you tell us your letter, please?
Okay. Yeah. It's gonna be in Hindi. but if you want, no, I'm just kidding. But no, I mean, it is going to be. But so the gist of it is more of, dear honorable elder brother.
And your brother's name? Because you have two older brothers.
Yeah, I have two older, and I had the name. What did I freaking put it down as? I had it somewhere. It's been a while.
And a younger sister?
And a younger sister, yes. So two older brothers, a younger sister. I had it noted somewhere, and now I'm blanking because I've not had to remember it in so long. I think it was Ranjit. Yeah, Ranjit is the. It's not the oldest, so he's not closest to the oldest brother. It's the one right above him. So that's Ranjit. Yeah, Prince Ranjit. Yeah. So I think his full name was Prince Ranjit Rathod Singh. And yeah, so he goes, dear honorable older brother, and then he basically starts, I hope you have been well. How's the family? How's your business? I feel like he would be in some sort of like mercantile business, and basically kind of just I'm terrible at dictating these sort of things. Oh boy. But basically talks about, just I feel that there are times where my decisions to leave may come haunting back to me, and yet I feel compelled to continue what I've set out to do, partially to prove to myself that I can, prove to our parents that I can. And yesterday, this faith was shaken. I hope you have been well, and if you can, I ask that you perhaps send some aid, someone you could trust to protect me. I fear something might happen. Forever yours, Preetam.
May I ask you a question? Do you give your address in Paris?
Oh, like at this point, his address. I mean, it's common. His address is known. This is his apartment.
Because
and it was
the thing is that there's a little bit of shenanigans, right? That the story that the people in the Nazis have is that you were living in Italy for a while. Your time in England has been sort of downplayed, right? That you were running around in Italy being a fascist for a while, and then you've moved. Now, he does
mention like he does give a little bit more background and talks of like, so I know I said I was going to be in Italy, surprise, guess where I am at, kind of a situation where he's like, okay, now I'm in England. And then he kind of talks a little bit about like his radio experience and meeting some of the upper echelon of Paris, and talking about how maybe, despite wanting to become a humble doctor, I kind of seem to be going in the same path that our parents kind of wanted me all along. I bet they would be proud to hear what I've, the socializing I've been up to. And that, I think, yeah, so he does give that background, and then kind of writes down, I feel like more of like, hey, can you send aid? Actually might have been more of like a postscript, kind of, hey, everything's hunky-dory, everything's great. Can can you kind of send someone here? This is my address.
So I'm just noting that you let them know about all of your excitingness over there in Paris and that you were in Italy. Nice. Great. I'm gonna just note it. I have one more question for you. Do you think, and you can make a roll, a deceive roll if you like, or academics, either one would work. Do you think that your high levels of mental stress would be obvious to your brother in your letter?
I would say specifically only to him. Yes.
Okay.
I want to say, okay, so because he is the closest, and as brothers are ought to do, as siblings are ought to do, growing up, you kind of, as you interact with each other, you start forming your own call signs, own kind of forms of language or ways of talking about things. So I do want to say that even in the postscript about like him talking about him feeling like he's in danger, now that you're talking about it, like he kind of does it more in a, hey, everything is great, just because, you know, hey, just like any kids, you don't want your parents to know something is up, you know, and you're talking about certain things, so it's almost like your own little secret code kind of a situation. But so like him like just alluding to certain things in their life, hey, you remember this day, haha, yeah, I remember how that went out, haha, I laugh sometimes thinking about it today. You know, something similar happened, and you know, it just reminded me of you. But I definitely also think that because of the level of mental stress he's taken, the handwriting would be a little shaky. I feel like, considering, you know, his level of upbringing, he has a good penmanship usually. And seeing that subtle changes, I think also like the way he kind of, like, depending on like if, you know, when they're passing notes to each other, if he wants to say like he's in trouble, like certain letters are, instead of written this way, are in a different way. So things and signs like that, I feel like no one else but his brother would probably pick up.
That is awesome. I can see why the SOE recruited you.
Yay.
I'm just saying, right?
I should hire every sibling.
Maybe. I have a quick question for you. So, you know, you're writing this letter first. It's going to take you a little time, and then you're going to try to go to sleep, and then you can't. So then you take this bath. Would you like a fate point?
Owing to the fact of how things went down last time, sure. I need fate points, I feel.
Cool. Would you like to know what the consequences of this fate point? Like what
will I know it after I take it?
No,
can I know it before I take it?
You can know it before if you like.
May I know the consequence?
Yes. You will not be able to clear your mental stress tonight because you're not going to sleep very well for reasons.
That tracks.
Yeah, all right, cool.
Yeah, I'll take it.
I'm going to give you a fate point. I'm going to give you, it's for you.
Yay.
So let's say, Greg, about what time did you leave? Not the last place you were at, but the place before that. Not the place you slept, but the place that you were visiting. What time did you, what time was that, like 4?
3 something, I believe, because the place I went before the place you're talking about, I waited until like 2:30, and then the entire time I was in that place before the place where I came from, that whole thing only took about,
didn't take too long,
like 10-15 minutes tops.
Yeah, right. So we're like, what about 2:30ish is when you left?
Sure.
Yeah.
I'd say between 2:30 and 3.
See,
that sounds about right.
Yeah, that sounds great. So, Prince, you know you're very stressed out and you're having a very hard life.
Does the bubble bath help a little?
You know, it would. It was like, you know, if you hadn't taken that fate point, that bubble bath would be like, yes, I'm going to just like get rid of all of my troubles. But as you're in that bath, which I imagine about this point I'm around like 3:30 in the morning, right? It's taken a while for you to get yourself 3:34. You get in the bath and you draw in this hot water, which I assume, you have money, so you actually probably have a nice water that's running that you don't have to sort of. You actually have water in your apartment, and it's probably also hot. You don't have to heat it up with a stove because you're not a poor person like people who may not even have the coal or wood in order to heat up actually their water. But it's good for you. It's nice. And as you're in that bath,
a brown man is actually more privileged. Sorry.
You know what I mean? Like, hey, you're royalty. You know what I mean? and that carries a lot. And as you're about that, you're about ready to have that kind of relaxation. You hear sounds. And nothing, of course, that you should be worried about. Unless, I don't know, do gunshots distress you?
Yeah, absolutely. Oh boy, he panics. He panics. You see him he's about to get in, and he actually kind of like is getting in when that gunshot starts happening, and you just see him like flailing around, and oh boy, yeah, flailing around. Water is splashing everywhere. He kind of just gets up and starts looking around, and like you see him try reach for anything around him that he can use to, protect himself. And I'm sure like the only thing he can grab is a bar of soap.
Yeah.
And you just kind of see him just holding it like wide-eyed, like heavy breathing. How far away does it sound?
Ooh. It probably sounds closer than it actually is, because it is. You know how snow amplifies sound in certain ways, right? The ways in which you get that sort of, you can kind of hear things echoing off of everywhere. And you just hear the sounds of automatic fire, shots, pistols in the streets, some screaming, trucks moving in and out of down the streets, the sounds of heavy boots tromping, and by heavy boots I mean like lots of heavy boots. Something is happening 4 a.m. Something violent. The quiet of Christmas Day at this moment is shattered.
At this point, Preetam regrets being alone. He actually regrets not going to the base with everybody else because he feels vulnerable and isolated. He thought that the safety of his home was a place where he needed to be away from the violence, and that has been reached.
Yeah.
That feeling has been reached. The fact that it feels right outside. You see him like make his way out, and I think the only place he can think of going is back into his bedroom and locking everything. He like goes around double checking. His doors are locked. He sneaks a look out the window to see if he sees anybody or anything outside, like nearby. In a state of panic. I'm trying to think. I think he would, simply for the sake of safety, have a revolver that he doesn't really, it's not his forte. He kind of got some level of training.
Yeah. I mean, you can shoot. Right?
Yeah, I can shoot. So I'm sure I have some sort of like a pistol, something a bit more I guess, luxurious looking.
Mm-hmm.
Want to say a little bit ornamental almost.
Yeah.
It feels like. But he has it in his hand. It's definitely shaking. Like his hands are shaking as he's holding it. Kind of looks out the window. Does he see anything?
Roll awareness.
Oh. Awareness.
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Oh boy, that is my worst. One of my worst.
Catastrophic. Catastrophic.
Did that ever come up before?
That's catastrophic. So that is a fail. I'm going to ask you a question. This is for Discover Action. Would you like to ask me a question at a major cost, or can the opposition make a question about you? This is information gathering.
I don't think. Oh boy. I'll let the opposition raise a question.
That means I get to have bad guys ask questions about you. You know that, right? I'm just saying.
Man, this is difficult.
I know. I love it. I love it.
Oh boy. At this point, I feel like he's just. I feel he's clueless. Like what? I'm curious. What would allow me to have something at a major disadvantage simply because he's just isolated.
It's about seeing what's on the street, right? Sort of getting some kind of insight about what's on the street.
Okay.
And what's happening.
Okay.
But I do have a major cost for you if you would like it.
No, I think just based off that roll, he fucking, there's no way he understood or sees anything. But he's just like, I feel like, oh man, I feel like he's just so stressed out that at this point, every little shadow, every little thing out there feels like a threat. Especially considering it's so early in the morning. I'm assuming it's still very dark.
It is.
It is winter.
Yep.
So I believe, I'm not sure. Were the streets lit by electrical lamps yet, or are they still lit by? Okay. So even though there are electrical lamps, they're not casting.
But also, please note, it's the middle of the war, so things are shut off so that you don't get bombed, right, for air raids. So they keep like Paris is like just super dark, right, at the middle of night, because they don't keep things open, because also they don't have the fuel for it anyway.
Yeah. So like any small, like I'm sure the only thing that's illuminating anything is any subtle moonlight that peeks through. Yeah. So yeah, like every shadow looks like a threat. Every movement feels like a threat. So yeah, he's just not aware of what's happening out there. He's just too strung up.
Yeah. So what you see, you don't get to ask a question about it, but what you see are trucks and trucks moving through the city. Clearly there's some sort of military action happening. Something has happened, and people are on alert. And they're not just on alert, they're retaliating. You can see them just rounding up people. Anybody who happens to be on the street walking, they shouldn't be walking at 4 a.m. because they're middle of curfew. They're just rounded up. And then they go into people's homes. You just see these trucks going randomly into people's homes. And this is a good neighborhood that you live in, just pulling people out of their homes. People who, your apartment, because you're important, is in the center of Paris, and like in this sort of the center district. So you're actually not that far away from your friends, and actually also the flower shop. Like you're in the good core center, and they're moving through, and they're just going into these apartment buildings and pulling people out of their homes. And when people run, they shoot them dead in the street. And you see someone running and just shot dead, and their body fall into the snow. And you just see the lights of the trucks illuminating sort of the blood on the snow as dozens and dozens of people are just grabbed and pulled into these trucks. people are crying. And you don't know why, but they're just taking people. A lot of people. And they're not, it doesn't, yeah. And you did not actually, you did not choose to succeed at a major cost, so you don't know at all what is happening. It's just violence and madness. But
do I hear, even if I don't see, do I hear any conversations? I'm sure they're like yelling or does it sound distinct?
That is that's what your awareness was for. So if you succeed, right, you can ask me some questions. But rather you chose to let me have the opposition ask a question of you. So for you, it's just too much. It's just all sort of madness and violence. I feel like the person who wants to know most about you right now, oh, yes. Yes. I know somebody who wants to know something about you. Tell me, Prince, what is your biggest emotional Achilles heel? If somebody, for example, wanted to have the best chance of emotionally manipulating you, what tact would they take? What tack would they take?
Oh boy.
Where's your some people, kittens will do it every time. Where's your what's your emotional Achilles heel, dear good prince?
I think it's for him, I feel definitely the inability to save someone. Especially if that feeling is, or if it was through the cause of their death or the lack of being able to save them is through their own fault, which is what kind of he feels because of what happened last night, which is what pushed him here. Like if it was just a death of someone, or just it was a natural thing, if there's nothing he could have done about it, that's one. But like that moral dilemma between duty and duty as a doctor and duty as an SOE, like that duality of two roles that he's playing right now. He's just so fresh and he hasn't really been through a lot yet to help kind of temper him. So he feels the weight of those two choices a lot, which is exactly what happened last night, where he was faced with the decision of saving this person and protecting them because he knows that they're, overall innocent, but through their life or through them being alive, the jeopardizing of this mission and this entire operation and a bunch of other people could die through this. It's like that entire trolley riddle where you're just like, the two tracks, which direction would you take it? If you take it, this innocent person will die, but so many other people will live, or you take it through this way and they will live, but unforeseen consequences.
So for example, if somebody really wanted to just get a good hook into emotionally manipulating you, not that I have any NPCs who are like that, being in distress and needing help and saving would be a good tack, yeah?
Yes.
Especially like medically. Cool. Thanks for the info. I'll take it. So
you have a twisted mind, sir.
If this goes on for a while, and it probably sort of dies down, they finish whatever they're doing. Probably 6-ish in the morning is when they stop. And you haven't been able to sleep really at all. What do you do?
Are they no longer there?
Yeah, like they've rounded up their people and driven off. It's taken a while for me to do.
I run out. Oh, I think at this point he seeing the dead body on the street.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm assuming he doesn't. Well, no, I guess with just his medical knowledge and the fact that person was shot, the amount of blood that's on
Yeah.
the street, and the fact that it's the middle of the winter and
Yeah.
how long they've been out,
Yeah.
they're probably dead.
Yeah.
But out of sheer like where he's at right now mentally, I feel like he feels this sense of wanting to save someone.
Yeah.
To offset the guilt he feels from last night. So he runs out to check up on that body or whoever he can check up on. I don't think he's been here long enough to really get to know any of his neighbors or neighborhood.
Yeah.
Really, unless maybe one or two people. So I think like he just kind of checks in on the person that died. At least brings them to the side because I feel like it'd be probably like in the middle of the road, so he doesn't want to like leave them out there.
Yeah.
Does he recognize at all this person that's died, or is just a random person on the street?
It's a random person on the street. They don't look great. It's been an hour or two, you know what I mean, of them on the street. They're in their night clothes. Fairly nice night clothes. Stained with blood.
And no pulse, nothing.
No. A lot of bullet holes. They aren't carrying any weapons or really anything because they're in like slippers and a nightshirt and a robe.
He kind of just holds the hand of this person and you just hear him under his breath just, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. And he just kind of repeating that sorry. And in his brain, as he looks at this person, there's an overlap of another image, and it's the mother-in-law, and he just sees like both of them, and this is his like almost communicating to her through this person, this random stranger, about his guilt. And he kind of just closes the eyes of the person, kind of takes him off moves them out of the street. Trying to figure out where would be a better place. Just out the street, I think, and kind of puts them in a spot that at least they can be found, and not be harmed further. Like the body can't be harmed further. And he kind of just like rests them a bit more in a what's the word I'm looking for? Peaceful manner. Yeah. You know, their body a bit more proper, not to have their body disgraced, and then leaves that and kind of just at least.
Can you roll me will, please?
Yes.
We're gonna take this as a sort of like an emotional attack on you. It's a pretty easy one to defend for. It's only a 2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I needed that.
If I would like you to talk to me about this. If you were a regular Joe or Jane or Jesse, and you looked at this body, this might shake you, cause you nightmares. You are at your stressed, emotional stress max. But I would like you to tell me why it is that in this moment, dealing with this body, you are not going to be haunted by this in a way that a regular person might.
I think it's a sense of catharsis for him, in the sense that through this, like I said, he didn't get any chance to process. He didn't get any chance to really apologize or address the guilt that he feels.
Yeah.
And so him sitting out there in the cold, probably for a little while. It's probably like not like a quick thing. Him just sitting out there, and just talking to this body, as if though it was the mother-in-law. But I think slowly, like as he's processing it, after a little while, I feel that image goes away, and then he sees this body, like this is another body, and he realizes again why he's here, what is at stake. And this entire scenario, even if he doesn't understand what the cause of it was or why it happens, he realizes, hey, yes, yesterday sucked and that was terrible, but this is why I'm here. This is what we're fighting against. This is the atrocity, the level of injustice that is happening in this country and around the world because of these people, that, you know, at this point, it's not like justified, but it's just, it is going to be a part of this, and there's going to be other tough decisions in the future.
Yeah.
And ultimately, you know, it's more of that greater good and that greater cause is what matters, kind of a thing. And it's not like fully settled in. It's not like, you know, oh, I'm finally A-okay. It's more of a kind of a little bit of a rationalization, and that he sees like all the other people that he could save more than the people he can hurt. And so I think that's kind of what helps him. And I think it's that fear and sadness is fueling more of the anger and sense of justice. So I think that's what kind of helps him a little.
With that, let me ask you two questions. One, do you think that would clear your stress? Your mental stress?
I think he feels a little bit more clear. Having that moment, I don't know if it is completely gone. He's probably definitely still tired, and sleepy. But having that moment of apologizing, and then also a little bit of that clarity of his purpose here, definitely has helped him process things a little better. I think just having something to do has helped. And so him going around checking up on whoever he can, making sure everybody's okay in the neighborhood, helps. And anybody that might have been injured, even if like, you know, some people might have been like, you know, roughed up a little bit in the process, I feel like he would go around and assisting them a little bit. So yeah, he's definitely tired. He's still not sleeping. So I cancel my previous comment or my previous assertion that around 4:30 is when he fell asleep. I don't think he fell asleep.
No.
I don't think he's going to sleep.
Nah.
So.
Where do you go? First, roll me medicine. I need that. Fair.
Which is weird.
You have a very good medicine.
Why. Yeah, I have. Will is my greatest, and then next is medicine in the good category. But it does have an asterisk.
Yes, which means you can specialize, right? For example, you can specialize in, like, you could be like a.
That's right. So I did surgeries, what I said.
Yes.
I'm more of a surgeon.
You need a 3 to tie.
Okay.
This is to create an advantage, by the way.
Okay. Can I use one of? I'm gonna use one of my aspects, which is which one? I'm an SOE trained, my high concept, an SOE trained Oxford doctor. So I'm gonna use that to, I'm assuming
+2.
Yeah.
Okay. Spend your fate point.
Yep. I think he needs this, so he's gonna.
And I'm going to give you an aspect. You have created an aspect, and that aspect is it's a positive.
Oh.
It is neighborhood helper.
Friendly neighborhood doctor.
And it's about, let's say now you're looking at like 6:30, 6:45, almost 7. What would you like to do?
Has he had the opportunity to really like check in on everybody that he could?
Yeah.
At this point?
I mean, people who will help you, and you've got some people, but people are nervous, of course, because people just got rounded up. But in your particular neighborhood, that checking in gives you that aspect of being a neighborhood helper.
I think for him at this point, he no longer really wants to go home. He doesn't even feel safe there.
Yeah.
So he's probably going to head where the rest of them are at.
So, Oscar, you're out of the shower. Frieda, you've
Had my morning hot toddy.
had your morning hot toddy.
Yes.
So I suppose about this point it's about 7 when the phone rings.
The last time you picked it up, your mother-in-law showed up, or your fake mother showed up. Would you like me to get it this time, or would you prefer to have it?
Yeah.
And I'll go, like, you can't, at least it can't be your mother again. And then you don't pick up the phone.
Dark humor, I love it. So good, so good.
If only too soon was a thing.
I know, too soon. It's like
and then just be like, hello, last name, hello, Leichner Residence.
Bonjour, this is the desk. We have a guest who wishes to come up.
Who is the guest?
His Royal Highness Prince Preetam Singh. Prince Preetam Jaswant Singh.
Prince Preetam Singh. And look to
you just hear him in the you hear like in the background, just doctor, please.
Oh, sorry, doctor.
So just
His
repeat
Royal
the name
Highness
back so that
Singh?
Oscar can hear. Yes. Send him up. Like that's cool. Are we cool with that? Yeah. Just verify.
And it isn't too long before our prince makes his way up, in this beautiful elevator, brought up by the elevator operator, sort of brings you all the way up. And there are a lot of guards all over this hotel, a little bit more than normal. And as you are walking towards the hotel, there seems to be an increased military police presence.
Why would they do that?
It's weird, right? Just a very increased
crazy
police.
To meet the prince in the hallway. I'm going full robe and slippers, like smoking vest, smoking jacket.
Yes.
Total smoking jacket. Hair like completely slicked back, like reading glasses on, relaxation day. He would have a cup of coffee and he would be talking to you. We have those identified guards that are on the floor. And so when Preetam would show up, it would be Holgar. So what happened last night? Why? What is all of these things are occurring?
And you can hear that happening while the doors are opening and one of them goes,
and I'll just be standing in the doorway in my dressing gown, with the door a little cracked so I can see what's going on, but not, be dropping eaves or just being like, waiting for the company to show up.
Colonel Larson. Sorry.
As soon as Preetam would show up, Holgar would just not dismiss the guard from his conversation, but run over and hug Preetam. I am so glad you're okay, my friend.
And you see him kind of like lightly tap him on the back. Likewise. And then, but you see Preetam, he has bags, he has bags under his eyes. Normally, Preetam has his hair a little kind of in a pompadour, that kind of very nice gentlemanly haircut. A little bit of at the most a pencil mustache, that he's trying to grow. And kind of you see normally everything else is properly clean shaven, but you just see patches, a little dark spots where the 5 o'clock shadow is coming through. Definitely not a full beard or a proper beard, but small spots. His hair is disheveled and he's still in his nightgown. He walked all the way here.
Buddy.
He went out of his apartment in he grabbed a robe and nothing else because he jumped out of the bathtub and he wore a robe to see what's going on, and there's nothing underneath that robe.
And he's cold.
Holgar would just hand his coffee to Preetam and just kind of guide him towards Frieda in the door.
Come in, please.
And he'd finish his conversation with the guard just to.
I'll take Preetam in. Just look at the bags under his eyes, ooh.
And
do you have that? When he said hot toddy, I'm assuming it has alcohol in it, right?
Oh, yeah, it's a tea with whiskey or bourbon or scotch or
just alcohol.
Does he
generally
see
not vodka? There's a bottle out. Yes.
Okay, he grabs the bottle and just starts filling the rest of the cup. I'm sure Holgar's had a few sips already.
It's Irish coffee,
so, so it's an Irish coffee at this point. And he's just and then just starts sipping away at it, and
Cream?
then kind of just sitting in. No, I'm good, thank you.
Cream with your whiskey?
It's good with your whiskey coffee, you know? It's done.
And you can tell, like, he's a young guy. He's not used to.
It's like
any of,
24, 25,
every-
24.
He's
Yeah,
like
25.
10 years younger than Frieda almost.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so you see him like sitting on like slouching on the couch, and then every sip he takes, he's grimacing because he's used to chai, right?
Yeah.
And so like
And it's a whiskey
I'm assuming
coffee.
this is
Yeah.
black coffee at this point, right? Like I feel like Holgar has black coffee.
Yeah. And again, if you added whiskey or liquor to it, then you are looking at like a 50-50 ratio at this point.
So like it tastes awful, but that's
And if you're-
not like
If he's lounging on the couch drinking this coffee, Frieda will go over, pull the tea bags out of the teapot, and then hand them to him for your eyes. Help with the puffiness.
oh, okay. And he says, "Oh, that's nice. Oh, that's nice." But every time you see him like take a sip, he's like grimacing a little bit. 'Cause
Uh-huh.
this is god awful.
Yeah.
And,
He can get rid of the bags a bit. Yeah,
and out in the hallway, as you're in there, one of the guards goes, "Oh, Captain, it's been quite a day. The news is complicated. Some good news, some bad news, sir."
What an awful way to celebrate. If there's anything I can do, if you all need anything, you was there for me last night, and I slept soundly because of your presence. And he would kind of remember that he's Holgar. It's appreciated.
Oh, of course. Can I get your deceive,
Sure.
if you don't mind? Because I rolled
That's
2.
bad.
Okay, I'm gonna spend roll 20. I don't know what I did to you.
Roll 20 doesn't like you.
I'm gonna spend a fate point to re-roll it. Good.
All right. And they sort of nod and they go, there is some good news, unlike all the other things that happened. Hong Kong now belongs to our allies, Japan. So they surrendered. So that's good. And you can tell there are other things besides that good news. And they you'll probably hear about this anyway. You're in propaganda, but do you want the farther away or the closer to home news?
It's closer to home.
There was a communist attack at 84 Avenue Foch, which is normally very secure, and there was a breakout. This was a sort of a jailbreak of communist terrorists.
How could something like this happen?
Well, it's apparently there was a traitor in the midst, but they were shot earlier this morning, so that is taken care of. There was a lieutenant of the SS who turns out was working with the communists, and he attacked the head of the Gestapo, but he was taken care of. And of course, the Colonel Knochen is certain that the way that we deal with this is with the hostage policy. That so we've rounded up hostages and from the district, and hopefully there will be that will teach them. People escaped, but I've been told we'll get them back. And he looks sort of disturbed by this other news. there are some islands that belong to France, and Saint Pierre and Miquelon up there by Greenland, Iceland. I don't know, but they were captured by the Free French. I didn't even really think they had an army to speak of. But
yeah, Holgar would give him like a who look.
This de Gaulle and all of their rabble, they took French territory. It's hard to imagine.
Almost like a reward that Holgar is bestowing upon this guard is a bit of a loose tongue from Holgar, and a bit of a conversational attitude with somebody that he has previously looked upon as his subordinate and somebody that's supposed to. So in this moment, he would say, in this holiday, this moment of mania, this is not good for us. It is a black eye on the fatherland. It's this whole night, this whole day.
And there is a mood you can see between both of these guards who are in the army and you are in the SS, and the SS just look real bad right about now. And so there's this kind of like an awkwardness, right? Where like they're being supportive, but like your group kind of looks bad right now. And there's a little bit of tension between your group and their group, and they kind of don't, but you're living in the hotel of their group and they just don't want you to get mad. So they're trying to be
right. And but in that moment, that's what exactly what Holgar's going for. He's going for we've made mistakes. And that's why when he's going to end it, as he goes back in, he's going to look at both of them and just nod, not clap him on the shoulder or anything as friendly as that, but he would look and he would say, but you are doing your jobs very well. I feel safe even amidst this chaos. You should be proud of your work.
Thank you, sir. Sir, I should... And they look at each other, these two young men. I should just let you know that the general's quite angry. So...
I would like to see if I can either put an aspect on these guys or create an advantage. Is that something that I can do?
Yes, you can. What skill would you like to use?
I would like them to know that I am not necessarily on their side because there's so much delineation between factions amongst the Germans, but that he is, with the attitude that Holgar's expressed before, this is a moment of acceptance of their doing a very good job. And it's almost like for the first time, Holgar recognizes that. And he wants to have an association with these two men, almost like he has, they know all about, he finds guards along the street and puts them in movies. It's that type of moment where, he wants to make sure that he kind of furthers this relationship.
Rapport.
So, rapport. Okay. Let's give it a shot. Oh my God. Whatever, dude.
What's going on? What is going on with that right now? What do you want to do about that?
If I spend a fate point, that would take me to a 1.
It would.
Does that mean I win?
Yes. Or you could reroll.
I don't trust it. I gotta buy my fate.
I will I spend the fate point. What is your aspect?
Brothers in Arms.
Oh, is that a new one? Can you tell me which aspect it is? Because I feel like you just changed an aspect from last time to this time, and I'm very excited.
Oh, no. I'm sorry. What am I using? I'm sorry. I thought I was going to place one on them.
I'll put it on there, but I want to know what aspect you're evoking for that fate point.
Okay. This is going to be the soul of a dancer. So this is him weaving and moving between the factions as best he can here.
That will be an advantage with 1 free invoke.
Awesome. And I can refill that if I ever figure out how to roll again, right?
Yes, you can. You can always boost that.
Okay, thanks.
And it's cheap. It's easier to boost an aspect that already exists. Also, y'all can boost any aspect in the game. Exposed, like in game aspects, any aspect. And as Holgar makes his way back into this room, there's the young prince drinking your coffee with a grimace.
And tea bags
Oh,
over
no.
his eyes.
Oh no! At this point, you just hear him.
Oh,
Frieda will just, as Oscar comes in, then.
You see him like it. Hopefully, you grab that cup of coffee because it's slipping.
Yeah, Frieda would. It's almost like she's used to taking coffee cups out of sleeping people's hands and things before. Just whoop.
Oscar would, I'm assuming like Preetam's like in a chair, like a wooden chair.
On the sofa. He's on the sofa.
yeah.
Then
I
he
think,
would,
something comfy. Hopefully.
he would take him in instead of having him like seated. He would put him down and
Get a blanket.
put a blanket over him. I was going to get real morbid and say put a fur coat over him, but I'm not going to do that. Yeah. He's in his bathrobe, so
I'm glad we're
a
friends,
blanket
Greg.
or
I just
two.
wanna say that.
Regina has not come out of the bedroom yet, and you actually haven't gone into the bedroom yet because you've showered and been out.
I was going to say he was going to, if there was a time lapse
Checked
between the
on.
shower and everything, he definitely checked on her.
She's not there, but she has left a note saying that she has gone for some privacy. She didn't say where because just in case,
Mhm.
but there are very few places where she could go to get some privacy. The flower shop or the bunker are the two places that she could go. She said that she's going to be there she's going to spend some time there. So it's just you three.
If Preetam is asleep, and again, I know that Dot and I have scoured this place for bugs like 8 times, but we probably haven't like that night.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So he would take Frieda into the shower and turn the water on and put his lips against her ear. I have someone at one of your brothels, the one with all of the rooms, the magic fantasy place.
Mhm.
She is there. She is someone that had recently been. It's Jeanette. You have met her. She was.
Recognized her voice last night.
Yeah, she was no longer comfortable staying in 84 Avenue Fox, so I escorted her.
Imagine so.
Yes, so I escorted her to someplace warm and safe, which I could only think of your establishment. Your helper there has given her a room, and I will be getting her away as soon as there's a pause in all of this.
You didn't happen to mention my name at the brothel, did you?
No, they know me from before.
Ah, good. Going by an alias, try to keep a separation.
No, I understand. And it's something's Tango and we were there before. They knew me, they knew my
You
association.
did a terrible job.
I wasn't part, but okay.
Just throwing that out there. If he comes back and he wants it back, I'm not giving it to him.
I don't believe that you should.
Terrible management. Just the worst.
Yes, but he's in Florida now, which is, and for the first time, you would see that he would reach almost in the bathroom area where he would keep like his, you would see that he has probably from some type of periodical that would contain a black and white either sketch or some type of maybe a rudimentary photograph that would be included in a popular publication. It's a picture of what can only be the coastline of if the caption is to be believed in German, the coastline of Florida.
this is where they went, by the way. Did he ever tell you that they were going there?
I don't know if it was mentioned. If it was briefly, and I'd not known them for terribly long. But
I've seen the ocean before. I have seen the beaches, but it's the water is always so cold. It's
I thought it's a lot warmer in Florida.
This is what I've heard. Some place that seems almost unreal. And you would see that there's a sort of a longing or a giddiness in, not a giddiness, but more of a childlike quality in Oscar as he talks about it. They have gone here, and this place, it seems like it's I put someone in the brothel, and I don't think why would she come back from here?
Well, it is quite warm. I've heard stories about it being able to support tropical life, and I've heard tropical areas are just so hellaciously hot. This is not out of character speaking about how horrible it is here in the summer living in Florida, but this is just, what I've heard.
There's American writers that speak of Florida and Cuba, and as they say that
the Keys. I think they have Keys.
They are places where people that like the arts and people that draw and that write and paint, they congregate there upon the beaches, and the music, and
sounds like it'd be a wunderbar place to visit.
Yeah, it does.
Maybe one day.
I hope it was not wrong of me to take her there, but I couldn't think of a place where she would.
I will make sure it is handled. I was planning on actually visiting my brothel and then some others. Maybe tomorrow, Boxing Day. I don't think it might be good to do it on the holiday. Not a lot of people there, I would think. Well, I know. There could be lots of people there, actually. I'm trying to make some...
A lot of soldiers on Christmas Day.
That's true. I'm not looking for soldiers, though.
No, I'm just saying, I bet your brothel's doing well.
Yeah. Maybe tomorrow, the day after Christmas, but I'll put you up on a couple of things. We need to get, if we want everything to go off just fine for the bonsai conference, we need gold bars to replace the ones that we took from the safe. They're looking for them. I was thinking in order to do this, you needed to make some less reputable contacts. I know the paperwork is fine, easy enough to, we have that, but gold bars is going to be something.
All of my less reputable contacts are, and he taps the picture, currently in Florida.
Yes, that is why I was thinking of one of the reasons of going to the brothels. A lot of them have an element of either being run by less reputable people or are patronized by less reputable people. I figured it'd be a good place to start.
Yeah.
Also, I know we were all interviewed last night. Dr. Bones, General Nochen, he was so easy to lie to. It was almost too easy. He definitely thinks that I will do what he has asked of me, which is to prove that my husband stole things and took the gold bars, and he thinks that I am definitely on task and will do this thing for him, and he's very confident in that. So at least he should not be checking in. And of course, we need to not let him frame my husband. We need to get the gold bars for my husband to present, so that way we can prove him wrong, but he will not see it coming.
And how are you going to present him to your husband?
Oh, well, he'll get better enough to get pushed around on a wheelchair or crutches eventually, probably within the next couple of weeks. And then he gave me a due date, the 10th or 15th of January. Convenient timing, wouldn't you say?
Yeah.
Yes. almost as if they want them before the conference to prove that it has not been compromised. As long as we can prove that it hasn't been, you would be good to go.
How
Maybe
hard
later
can
time.
gold? Yeah, how hard can gold bars be to find during the war?
But I can imagine more difficult things to find. But
I will note, because you did see them, they did have official Nazi stamps on them.
oh yes, yeah.
Yeah.
No, we need the. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
We need the
Mhm.
proverbial Nazi gold.
You do. You need some. You need some
Nazi
Nazi
gold.
gold. And then, of course, also I will note that you wanted to get that paperwork back.
The paperwork back, which just means we need a message Falstaff. We'll relay that info because she hasn't been able to do that yet because we've been busy murdering mothers-in-law, or getting interviewed. So,
Yeah, he will take all of that in, and
There's a very real possibility that we will be visited by not three of Dickens's ghosts, but instead by either Elias or his wife.
How less
Um,
preferable?
Yeah, Elias should be suffering from shame and a headache, but he's likely to not be in his normal upbeat mood.
Oh yeah, he's famous for that mood.
Yeah, so there's that. It's good that Regina is not here. It actually helps in many ways. Just so you know, he has a bit of a I believe that fascination is too weak a word. I would say more of a fetish for Regina. Believes that he is trying to I don't know if he wants a friend or he wants an enemy that shares his passion for murder, but he has identified Regina as the best person to fit that bill. So
interesting. I'll keep that in mind.
Yeah. So never be alone with him.
I will do my best.
No, Miss, if you find yourself alone with Elias Jäger, don't be alone anymore.
Well, I did stumble upon that work of his back at the party, so I'm hoping to not do so again. And well, these days it seems that I'm very extraordinarily rarely alone with that attaché.
Yeah, for sure. Your attaché, yes.
He is not the most, combat ready, but it is at least a witness. Very good at schedules, but
Right. So if you need if you ever need Clements for anything, just
I will let you know.
he is a fan, obviously.
Obviously, yeah. I noticed he's very big into opera.
He will make you believe he is. He is just poor enough actor to convince you.
Yeah, he's just maybe he'll get better. I doubt it, but he could improve minusculely.
Oscar would perk up under my expert direction. He will be someone that he will transform before your eyes.
Like a butterfly coming out of its chrysalis.
Let's not get carried away.
While this conversation is happening, Prince, you are tapped on the shoulder. And there is in front of you one of the wait staff. There are many people who sort of work here in the hotel. And there's a fellow, and he's there, and he's standing above you, smiling kindly. Your Highness. And he hands you, like, like a small plate of like a croissant with some cheese for breakfast. And he just hands it to you. And of course, he just drops the other plates of breakfast on the table. And he sort of nods to you. And he walks off. But you notice that your plate of breakfast is a little bit different than everybody else's plate of breakfast.
Oh, okay.
In that your plate of breakfast has a small little note on it.
You just seem like kind of wipe his face, kind of just like probably like one of the tea bags has fallen off, but the other one's kind of still stuck to his face right there. He doesn't know or notice. He's just so tired. Kind of just sees the note, picks it up, and begins reading it.
It is a very, very short note. It smells wonderful. There's a perfume to it. The perfume smells like jasmine, just like a slightly spicy perfume. The handwriting is beautiful. A lot of curves. Woman's handwriting, and it says, "Doctor, you must agree to see me, privately and in secret, and as soon as possible. Yours, in need. N." And it says, "My husband is busy, so my home is available, or I could come to your clinic."
Oh. Kind of just stares at it for a while. I don't know, because he's only ever had a very brief conversation with Nicoletta.
Same perfume, though.
True, but I don't know. He's just so like tired. I don't think it really registers with him. I mean, in the sense of like, this is a note with some person asking for my help, but no real address or a return. Like, how am I? And like, kind of feels like a prank to him right now, and he has a lot more on his mind. So he kind of just is like, and he kind of just puts it to the side. Like, and then you kind of see him he literally like grabs the croissant and a pat of butter, and you just see him like alternately taking bites of the croissant and the butter. It's not like him spreading it or anything. It's just like whatever is the quickest means to like get this in you, kind of a situation.
And I believe this is what our two Germans see when they sort of emerge from the bathroom.
Yeah, which will be a variable depending out of time, because he was KO'd on the couch. So I think Frieda, before they finish their conversation, like, "So how long do you think the doctor's going to be asleep?"
He
Very exhausted.
he looked like he had been through quite a bit.
I know you already had a shower this morning, but I mean, it'd be a shame to waste all this water.
Oh, yeah. It's the ointment.
And so I think they emerge some amount of time late. That shower's on for a while. If
I hope it's at least a half hour, 45 minutes. That's all I'm saying. And when you emerge,
everybody in the rest of the hotel is like, "Where's the hot water?
Where did it go?" We'll just take it from the French civilians. We'll just steal their hot water, because that's how that is. But when you emerge, you do see the prince, eating this croissant and breakfast.
We're like, Fred has a look on her face, like, "Oh, he's awake." Like, that's it.
has
You
been
just-
delivered.
You just see him kind of like just raise the
Oh,
croissant
you're
in
up.
acknowledgement.
Awake.
Uh-huh. And then he just like keeps chowing down. It's more at this point him just being efficient with food, just getting something in his stomach rather than any form of like savoring the taste of it or anything. And I'm sure it's quite delicious. Like, you know, any normal normal person at that point would probably be like, "Oh, this is delicious."
Well, any normal
No,
person would be so jealous that you actually have real food.
That's
Yeah.
true. That's privilege.
Mhm. Like that you have bread without sawdust in it, for example. Like, that's pretty impressive.
Mm.
Yeah. That you have... Now, some of them might be kind of irritated with you because you do have all of the food. Because they're taking it all from the farmers and then just giving it to the people here and not the French civilians so much. But it's enjoy. I hope you're enjoying that breakfast. It's cool.
Does it look like he's enjoying it?
Yes, it does.
I mean, he's double fisting a croissant and a stick of butter. So
Yeah.
that usually indicates that you're liking something about it.
And that butter is
True,
super rationed.
true.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you see him just kind of like as he's eating, like his head's like dropping, or he's still very tired. Like I feel he's got what, like 30 minutes of sleep
Basically,
or something,
yeah.
you know. So he's just like not really registering the note. I'm assuming the note is out in the open, so if anybody would like to see it, it's not like he hasn't hidden it. He kind of just put it to the side as he's eating.
Oh yeah, Oscar will definitely look at it because that's
Freida's
his
worked
job.
up an appetite and she's,
Really?
glowing a little bit. Yeah, she's gonna eat breakfast.
Oh, it's because the singing that you were doing the night before.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
She loves to sing in the shower.
Yeah, there's that note just saying that, she, N, needs to speak with him and would do so at her place because her husband is away, or at his practice.
Yeah, Oscar would read the note and then just smell the letter and look at Frieda and just kind of raise an eyebrow. Just,
I think she looks up with like a croissant half hanging out her mouth. She's like, and then like looks at it as well, like just like, and then it's like, oh.
I did not mean to eavesdrop on this good doctor here, but this is from Nicoletta.
And you just see him kind of like look up at, and then like his eye kind of look back, trying to remember even who that is. And he goes, "Oh, thank you. I was having trouble figuring out I thought it was a prank."
Are you all right,
Oh, it's not a prank.
doctor?
Just tired. But lighter's range. And he's just like going back to eating again.
What did she, if you mind me asking, what did she need from you, doctor?
I honestly do not remember. It was a passing conversation at the party, and we were introduced. Quite a beautiful woman, I would say. Right, striking, very forward. I honestly, just with everything that has happened, I just remember her needing my help for something, but I'm not quite sure. And we have not had any conversations since. And I'm assuming how long has it been since that party at this point? It's been
2 weeks?
Few weeks.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's completely
days?
back.
It's about 10 days.
I
It's like a week and a half. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's just more of a, I vaguely remember that person. They were there at the party and we talked. That's it.
Nicoletta is mesmerizing with both of her words and her appearance, and that is all by design. Just remember, she is more of the cannonball, and the fuse is lit, but you cannot see it. You can just hear it sizzling. You're not sure when
These conversations you're having with her will end in your death.
That is quite a comparison. So I should be wary of them.
Yeah.
Well, I leave it to you to suggest how I best should deal. Just ignore it? Should I just let it be?
He put his hand on Preetam's shoulder. My friends, this is not something that I can guide you on. This is something that you must get behind the wheel of your ship and figure out for yourself. But I can tell you that the last time I was there were rocks. You would wish to avoid those. She is treacherous. And you will love to watch her betray you. It is her... Well, she is an artist. More so than that dullard she is married to.
He just kind of stares at you, and he goes, "You're very poetic in talking about danger."
How else would you talk about it?
It's danger.
Yes, but if you respect it and you can see its beauty, it's even more dangerous.
You just see him like look a little concerned at you. It's just like
And it just kind of like gives like a nod while she's saying, "That makes sense." Yeah, sounds like something her uncle said one time or another or something. Yeah, sure.
And so like he's like, "Well, thank you for your kind words and advice." And then he kind of just like he doesn't like yank it or anything. He just kind of like takes the note from your hand, kind of just looks at it and kind of just nonchalantly pockets it, but doesn't really do anything with it. He just says like, "This is a concern for a later time."
And with that concern for a later time, we're going to go on our break. It is our half, and you have some gold bars you have to get, some official Nazi gold. You've got some paperwork that you've got to basically smuggle back in so that people don't know that it's missing. And you have, you have a very pleasant young lady who just wants to talk to a doctor.
It's fine.
I'm sure it's fine. Also, who knew that you were there and got a note to you. So, I would like to, before we go to our break, I want to thank Drathdeer. I sometimes want to say like Dr. Athdeer, because that's like very fancy.
It's like saying Dr. Acula instead of Dracula.
Right?
One of my original names on Xbox Live, by the way, Dr. Acula MD, if you want to find it.
Love it.
Mine was high fructose corn syrup. So.
Ooh. I will tell you later.
It was always fun. It was always fun whenever I played Halo or something and said you were killed by high fructose corn syrup, and I would look at them and like, yeah, that's America.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah.
I would like to thank Drathdeer for the 1,500 bits in donations, and also Triffid E. Mats. Thank you for that resub. Who says, by the way, so happy to support this amazing gym and these amazing players. And they are, and I'm not at all worried for them for the second half at all. And also, Rissa, thank you for those 500 bits. Says, may the rolls get better. And since we've had bits donated for the rolls getting better, I feel like that's just what's gonna happen.
Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed.
Jinx it, Trooper.
Hey, I'm being supportive. So, and with that,
better for us.
Oh, well, it could be better for me.
No.
No.
I'm pretty sure they meant better for us.
Yeah.
All right.
Because they like us. They just said that they liked us.
Fine.
So...
So y'all go and stretch your legs, drink some water, get yourself, take care of yourselves. When we get back, during the break, you can listen to the second half of our Nazi propaganda radio broadcast aimed at English speakers. And when we get back, we'll find out what our heroes will do with all of that. I'm excited to find out. And so, my friends, we will see you in 10 minutes.
Herrn Sneed und Herrn Wedeke. Als Solistin hören Sie Lili Preissig Sopran, Elisabeth Waldenau Alt. Hope you will enjoy a little music. Hello, North America. Germany calling. We're operating again over 6 stations, 2 in the 25, and the others in the 28, 31, 41, and 49 meter band. We now present Lord Hawhorse speaking to England.
To say that the British Empire is in danger today would be a very feeble understatement. Never before has it been in such a perilous position. Until Roosevelt and Churchill so needlessly provoked Japan into taking up arms, the greater part of the British Empire felt itself outside the war zone. Of course, to be outside the war zone is not necessarily to be safe. For example, Canada was secure against any attack by Germany or Italy. But she was not secure against peaceful penetration by the United States. The agreement just concluded, whereby the virtual control of her industries falls into American hands, and whereby tariffs, customs, and other functions of independence may be arbitrarily removed by a committee under American domination, this charter of Canadian subjugation was not a mushroom growth. It was rather the culmination, at a suitable moment, of the plans which Roosevelt and his predecessors have been making for years to exclude British influence from both American continents. And, as a member of the Rockefeller family recently said in public, to give the United States a monopoly in the Western Hemisphere. Mr. Casimir, the Australian Prime Minister, has addressed directly to President Roosevelt what amounts to an appeal for aid without safeguards. How far this message was inspired by Churchill himself, I cannot say. But Roosevelt now has his excuse for landing troops in Australia and keeping them there, if he can, until that inconceivable day when all Britain's debts to the United States shall have been paid. A member of the New Zealand cabinet declares that the most perilous moment in the history of his country has arrived. What the peoples of Australia and New Zealand may be thinking is easy to imagine. Their troops are fighting in North Africa to gain for Churchill prestige and propaganda victories, which, as previous events have shown, can exert no influence upon the issue of the war as a whole. They are at war with Japan, who has shown a most remarkable talent for carrying out multiple attacks on the widest scale. And on the other hand, they know that if American troops appear in the guise of saviors, they will remain in the role of bailiffs. They cannot be reassured by statements from the BBC to the effect that the home government sympathizes with their position, understands their concern, and will not forget them, but that on the other hand they cannot expect the British forces to be everywhere at the same time. While such useless phrases might be accepted by the patient, docile, and uncritical British public, they are not sufficient to assuage the colonial unrest. Now, it is all the more remarkable that the United States should be gaining such an ascendancy over the British Empire, when Roosevelt's conduct of the war against Japan has been such a signal failure up to the present. Having lost his Pacific fleet, he can hardly afford to pose as the master of the situation. And yet, Mr. Churchill will, in my opinion, bow to his wishes, even more obsequiously than in the past. Without wishing in the smallest degree to underestimate the function of air power in the East Asian and Pacific War, a function which the Japanese have demonstrated with splendid success, I cannot help attributing Britain's present horrible dilemma to her naval weakness, at least in large part. A theatre of war, including the Pacific Ocean, must needs raise great naval problems. If any British Prime Minister today were able to compensate for American naval losses by sending a large fleet to the Pacific, he could, if he had the will, tell Roosevelt to keep his hands off the Empire. The Royal Navy has no ships to spare, and the fate of the Prince of Wales and the Repulse is a token that a few warships would not be enough. Many are needed. The absolute size of a navy is of secondary importance in comparison with the range of tasks which it has to perform. For example, Switzerland does not need any battle cruisers. No navy can be, or at any rate can within years, be large enough to do battle against powerful opponents in all the waters of the world at the same time. The rulers of states interested in naval warfare must therefore either restrict their commitments or take the consequences. Germany, for example, did not require a large navy. Britain did. And in this respect, the British preparations for war were very inadequate. For many decades, Britain maintained her position in Eastern Asia on the strength of prestige and her navy, the two factors being very closely related. Leaving aside all questions of morality, let us say that if successive British governments, their chance of success was dependent, in large measure, on naval supremacy. Had Britain abstained from European entanglements, had her rulers renounced the claim to meddle in European affairs, then the power of the British Crown in Eastern Asia might well have endured longer. It might have been possible to indulge the luxury of interfering with the peoples of Asia by refraining from the attempt to dominate Europe as well, although in the East the prestige of Britain has been declining for many years now. But the task of dominating both Europe and Asia is infinitely too great for Britain and the United States combined. When the demands on the Royal Navy were such that every single warship had to do the work of at least half a dozen, surely it would have been a prudent policy to leave Japan alone, and at least to abstain from provocation of the type that Roosevelt and Churchill seemed to think so valorous. In November alone, the German forces sank the following British naval units: one aircraft carrier, one cruiser, 3 destroyers, and a number of smaller vessels. They damaged 2 battleships, include the Prince of Wales, the Repulse, and the seaplane carrier Unicorn of 14,500 tons. That's only a part of the price paid for the attempt to wage naval warfare on the Churchillian scale. Losses at this rate render far more difficult the task of the British commanders in solving every problem the war presents. Naval power for Britain is not an independent function. It is an indispensable aspect of her war potential as a whole. The United States are compact. The defense of their territory in the North American continent is no difficult matter. But the British Empire is scattered all over the world and is incomparably more assailable than the USA. What Roosevelt may lose in the Pacific is small in comparison with what Britain stands to lose. Even India is threatened. Canada is practically an American dominion ruled by Roosevelt. The fate of Australia and New Zealand hangs in the balance. The Royal Air Force is too weak. The Royal Navy is too weak. And as yet, the common sense of the British people is too weak to perceive the catastrophic nature of the plight into which they have allowed Churchill to lead them.
Germany calling, hello North America. You have just been listening to Law.
We are back, everyone. Hello, welcome to the second half of our episode 5 of City of Light and Shadow. In the first episode, people were dealing with wanting to... Oh, I'm sorry. I should... No, I don't think that was going to relieve your physical stress. Oscar's physical stress will not be relieved by shower time. And Frieda's fine.
No, but you know what happened?
Well,
I'm gonna say what I said as soon as we went on break. Oscar's stress may not have been relieved, but Frieda got the package she wanted for Christmas.
There was relief.
Actually, the prince can fix Oscar's physical stress. If Oscar had a bunch of emotional stress...
That was not a tangent I wanted.
If Oscar had emotional stress, I'm sure the shower would have solved that for him. But he just has some physical stress. The prince can do a little bit of ointment.
Does the nap help at all? And the food?
It was a half hour. You need
Yeah.
Yep.
I was hoping too much.
Yeah, you need a little bit more rest. So, we will draw our curtain back up, and it is... Gosh, it's probably like 9 o'clock now.
Wow.
It's so late in the morning.
So late.
And you are in your suite. Regina is off somewhere. You're having a lovely breakfast. There's a note with from a damsel in distress. And Frieda informed you all that you need to get some Nazi gold and get those documents that y'all stole back and unstolen so that nobody looks suspicious.
Yep.
Does this conversation get repeated to Preetam at all? About the gold?
yeah. I would think so, that we would, we would.
And then, so at that point, I think Preetam just kind of looks up and goes, "That's an easy fix." And you're talking to a prince. So he goes, "I mean, I'd have to figure out how to do the conversion, but I can procure some gold bars and perhaps." And then he remembers his what's his name? What's his face? The radio host, the guy who
Jean Lucia.
Jean, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Jean Lucia. I feel like at least talking to him, he might be able to like find someone who can make connections. Just be like, "Hey, I just want, I can butter him up." He goes, "I could possibly talk to a couple of my contacts," and he kind of just lifts the butter up again, perhaps butter him up a little, and convert some Indian gold to some German gold. It might take some time. I don't know how long it's going to take, but I can do my best.
Maybe a couple of weeks.
This is something that we can do, but it must be done very covertly, because if you are tied back to wishing to obtain gold and then the gold appears, I believe even Elias Jäger could figure that one out.
And of course, the other problem, this is Nazi gold, i.e. the kind of gold you'd have at Fort Knox if it were the United States. So this is not like, I picked up some gold. This is like treasury sorts of bars of gold.
Gold is quite malleable.
We could stamp it potentially, yeah.
Yes.
But it's still
It's an option.
And I appreciate having it. I think covertly might be better, at least to attempt first. See what we can do. And then, should we absolutely have to, an option.
I mean, because I feel like he would have money in terms of cash, and then obviously ornaments.
What's your resources?
I hope I put a good amount in it, considering he's a goddamn prince.
But you may not have access to your stuff, right?
That's fair. That is fair.
Depends on what your resources is like.
You're right, because I put my resources in mediocre.
Yeah, you do not have. You don't have the access here.
I think my rationale was that he came with enough to kind of live a life of luxury as himself, as a prince, and at least to continue the facade of being there as the prince, but he kind of didn't really like princely life or anything to do with royalty, so he hasn't really connected or contacted. So yes, he would.
Well, your Nazi friends are giving you lots of stuff right now.
Maybe it's about time I buff that up sometime soon. But at this point he's got nothing. So
yeah, because that'll be like you're looking at getting treasury gold bars is going to involve criminal resources at the very least, or governmental contacts maybe, like this, because you have to get stuff that you're not supposed to have. Right. So you'd have to or find out if there's going to be you can steal it, you can, there are options, but you have to get it, The
only other thing I can think of is forging it.
Or forge it,
recreate it.
We'd still have to have enough gold to forge.
Yeah. So
the
gold
best
that needs to be obtained on the DL.
Exactly. The best way to get the gold that we would need is to steal it from somebody that's stolen it. There was a lot of war piracy going on at the time. So if we can find somebody that was stealing and we can steal from them, then we would have a chance to be able to keep it undercover. Because if it's an official theft and then, hey, here's your gold, that's not great. Yeah, but we just need to find some shady folk that seem to be profiting greatly from the war, because those profiteers will have exactly what we need.
That is correct. So you'd have to figure out, now, of course, there are ways to think about this information, because what you're saying is true. War profiteers, absolutely. But also the German government does also work, or at least parts of the German government does also work with criminal elements. and they might be paying them, right, in gold.
Yep.
Right. Also, the German government does need things that are currently embargoed, and they can also often pay for those things in gold.
Gold.
Right.
Yeah.
But they themselves are not going to be able to buy those things because embargo. Right. So there are sketchy people that might have what you need, but you'd need to find them.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
You don't happen to have any of Tango's little contacts, do you?
Hey,
I
Oscar.
wasn't
He basically gave me the name of a place and the keys, and that was not a lot.
Tango was he was extremely open about 90% of his life, and then he said nothing about the other 10%. In fact, I only knew about what was going on 2 days before he left. I think that's right. Like he only found out like 2 days before.
But you know who'd be really good at getting that stuff for you?
Oh yeah, I know. Yeah. It's too bad he's dead.
Too bad he's dead. Sigmund would be great at getting that stuff for you, but he's dead. He was murdered. I wonder by who. It's weird. Go on. Anyway.
Let's just go past that.
Yeah, let's go past that.
Frieda's not murdered anyone, so it's fine. Directly.
Directly.
We have a couple weeks though for that, right?
Mm-hmm.
We do. We have a due date. Yes.
There's two things that we need to do though, because Frieda needs to go to the brothel and Preetam needs to go see her. So I'm going to leave this up to the two of you.
Need is a strong.
You're going to have to, because she's been following you. She knows that you're here,
right?
Which means you either meet her on your own terms,
watched.
Right? You either meet her on your own terms, or she just pops up like a goddamn jack in the box.
Termites.
Termites.
Oh. Yeah.
Both equally great comparisons. A termite in a box.
That's right. So
I feel like this is a conversation probably would have. I'm hoping that Oscar has with Preetam. Be like, all I can say is it's gonna happen eventually. So
it's all over breakfast. This is happening right now.
Yeah. She is going to show up. So you either pick the field in which you wish to have a discussion with her, someplace where you are comfortable. She mentions coming to see you at the clinic. If you are comfortable there, then that is the preferred field. If it is someplace that if you avoid her for even an hour beyond when she wants to see you, then expect the unexpected. She will be there when you turn around. She will be in your apartment. She lives for the surprise and the off-putting. But I will leave this between the two of you. You each have something that must be done this Christmas Day. And I have no wife to care for. So I will leave it up to the two of you as to who I will accompany this day.
You could definitely tell Preetam is a little wary and like out of his elements in dealing with a woman. Like he's just like uncertain on how to like. He's not gonna voice it, but it's very apparent. Like he's just like, so he literally looks like he'd out of like 6 hours of surgery and have to meet this person. But and then he kind of like takes out a like, can I ask for a pen and paper, please?
Yeah. I mean, he would produce it.
And he kind of
I'd like to say it's like a notepad, like from the desk of Holger Leichner.
Yes. Frieda would like, I'll take one of those as well and just take a piece of paper, like one of the stationaries in a separate pen. She has an idea. She's gonna start writing her own letter.
And then so he kind of just does a quick response, like, afternoon, madame, or I hope this letter finds you well. I would very much it would be a pleasure to meet you. Unfortunately, it has been quite busy with everything that has been happening. So therefore, if it's possible, would it be all right if we have our meeting at my clinic, just in case I have patients that do need to come in and see me and I can't avoid. It just would make things simpler. And then I write that down and I kind of look over, and I is the waiter who put?
No, he's gone. He just.
Oh, they're gone. Yeah, no, they would not.
Yeah.
We would not be
Okay,
talking
so-
about these things if he was here.
I fold it up, and I'm just like, I kind of try to think, who would I be able to give this to
It's a good
pass it on.
question. Because, I mean, she doesn't live in this hotel.
Yeah.
This hotel is mostly people who work for the army, not the SS.
Mhm. So yeah, I kind of. Wait, I came with a personal servant, right? I thought I had one personal servant with me.
You left him in London, so
You
you
left
can
him in
keep
London.
writing
Oh, that's
letters
right.
back to the family because you're in London. Your family
right.
said you said your family. So
Mhm.
Yeah,
they're gonna be really
right,
surprised to
right.
find out you're in France.
Well, only my brother.
Yeah,
I feel like
yeah.
he was the only one I kind of just divulged it to. Just like,
Mm,
surprise! Guess where I'm at? Kind of a thing, and then kind of like, shh, don't tell mom and dad, kind of a
Mhm.
conversation. But
By the way, what kind of secret is that? By the way, don't tell mom and dad I'm in occupied Paris.
Cool. That's cool.
Hey, everything's okay. Just maybe
Don't
send me
tell
some
mom and dad I'm
bodyguards.
here. P.S. Don't tell mom and dad I'm here. P.P.S. Please send help.
Please, somebody to protect my life.
So it's totally fine. It's totally fine.
Everything's great. I just
P.P.P.S. I'm totally fine. Don't worry about me.
you see a little teardrop at the bottom. He kind of just you can see him like write it, but then he really didn't think through as to how to deliver it. He's just kind of like looking around, figuring out, and he kind of just walks out to the front door, and then he goes, I'm assuming there's still the guards and everybody out there, right? He kind of just went, could I ask someone to deliver something for me?
They sort of look around. So, of course, what do you need delivered?
Could I ask this letter be delivered to a Lady Nicoletta? What's their last name again?
Yager.
Jaeger.
Jaeger. Mrs. Nicoletta Jaeger. She's a client. She had requested. Unfortunately, I guess I'm not sure. The phone's not functioning. She sent me a letter asking for an appointment. Unfortunately, I'm here, not at my clinic, and I don't have no other way of contacting her. And I just wanted to deliver this as saying I'll be at my clinic.
Would you like a fate point?
I mean, I'm being very
Because-
honest with what
Yes,
I wrote.
yes, I know. This really feels like an opportunity for a self-compel right now. You are telling people that she is a patient of yours. I would
Potential.
I would like to call on and giving her a note. I would like to call on that game aspect exposed. For a fate point, it is going to get around that you have her
as
as
a patient.
a patient, and you have some sort of connection to her.
Let it go. More connections, the better.
For example, maybe also her husband will find out about this, or other people.
I'm just a doctor.
Yeah, but I'm going to tell you, it's not going to be good for you if people find this out.
Oh, is that? Oh, I thought
That's
she was
why I
like
give you a fate point.
High five. She's
No.
a high five person, like socialite, and I
Oh
met her.
no. She's kind of yesterday's it girl.
She's not
I
going to
mean,
bring in. Yeah, she's not going to bring in business. This isn't like.
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
See, when I give you a fate point, it's for bad
okay.
things to happen.
Yes.
You know
Mhm.
that conversation
Mhm.
we were having before the game started, and how KP is very innocent, easy to be manipulated, and how that kind of projects onto Preetam. This is that situation, and I don't think he is smart enough, or at least not smart. It's not a question of smart.
He doesn't realize that this might be a problem.
Yes, it's just more of a, hey, this person had asked for help. I'm not being dishonest.
No,
I'm just viewing her as a patient. And
Yes.
as a doctor, it is my job to take care
absolutely.
of people. And there you go.
Would you like that fate point?
Yes.
Absolutely. This is going to mean, by the way, that some people are going to find out. Rumor mill's going to go around, and we're going to hear about. People are going to hear about this connection between you two, and that person might be her husband, who
Okay.
is a serial killer. Awesome. So anyway,
He doesn't know this.
I know he doesn't know. But that's what the fate point's for.
2 weeks, man.
I know.
You're in 2 weeks, not even 2 weeks, 10 days. I've witnessed one actual murder, heard of another person that died at the party I was at, saw murder on the streets, and people being abducted. And
It makes you feel better. Frieda's only been here a few days longer than you.
Really?
Technically.
Oh.
Yeah. Well, I mean, because she escaped to Berlin and then sat in a house for like a month before they got her. So yes, as far as doing anything other than lounging with a drum player, kind of annoyed at each other for a month.
Frieda's coping with this a lot better.
Yeah. It's weird, right? Weird.
But this is once again conversation back to how it just seems like women are much better and more savvy at this sort of things, and we're just more me. I'm just
I'm just gonna write in my notes. Elias hears about Preetam and his wife. Just gonna note it right here. It's cool.
Okay, Dr. Preetam.
Mm-hmm.
Let it be noted.
Dr. Preetam.
At his clinic. At clinic in business hours.
They don't know what's in your note. They just know that you're sending her a private note and claimed to be her doctor. They note it and they go, of course, we will deliver this for you. Now, they think this is slightly odd, but they note it and they sort of take the letter from you.
Okay. And let the fates take me where it
But you have another fate point?
Joy.
Mm-hmm. That's a self-compel is what that is. That's a self-compel. And I'm gonna take it. I suppose
I love you, Preetam.
Oh, I love you too. I suppose you come back in after delivering this letter.
Yeah, he kind of just comes in, I think, and then goes, and so I feel like despite just coming here in his robes because of the activities of checking in on people and the sheer fact that it's kind of like attached to his arm at times, it feels, he brought his medical bag with him, and there is a sleeping pill in there, and he goes in, grabs that, pops it in, finishes with the rest of the coffee concoction he had. You just see him kind of go and then kind of just looks at them and goes, now, there's nothing more pressing. Could I use your bedroom? Or a bed? Do you have a spare bed?
Oh, no, please.
I think we have the master, Frieda's, and I think we established there was another guest room.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So, a mother-in-law, just in case.
We have a mother-in-law suite.
Oh God, that is a can of worms.
By the way, I just want to. Could you give me a medical training? Could you give me a medical roll?
Yeah.
Yeah. On, you do not want to mix alcohol with sleeping pills in 1941 because the sleeping pills you have are phenobarbital, and that's how you overdose and die. It's real bad.
Yeah,
like
it's almost like this has happened before in the game at some point.
Preetham's the doctor, not Jay.
No, I'm just letting you know. You don't want to mix them because like a lot of celebrities who died in the 1940s and 50s, they died because they were mixing their sleeping pills, which are heavy barbiturates, with alcohol. Like I think Judy Garland died that way. Like you don't want to mix. Like these are not things to mix because they are the drugs are heavy. Like these sleeping pills are heavy.
But the alcohol shouldn't help knock you out just by itself.
Right. And I think Preetam knows this, so he kind of just, instead of going for the coffee, he puts it down, grabs a glass of water nearby, drinks that, and then he goes, well, if you don't need me anymore, I'm going to knock out for the next week. And then just walks into the bedroom. You just see him in 2 minutes, you just start hearing snoring coming from the bedroom. And that's it.
All right, Oscar, so what are the chances that Nicolette will show up here for him?
And then, mind you, he put down in the note saying that I do apologize for today. Today is an inconvenience. I would not be able to meet, so tomorrow What
He
day
put
is
that in the note, but
She's going to see him when she wishes to see him. Now, to get into this room, I put nothing past her because her powers of persuasion are potent, but she also is there's a very visible visit if she comes here. She passes by numerous guards. She's not going to climb into his window. Who would do such a thing?
who would do such a thing?
Weird.
Who would? Such a
Weird.
It's all crazy, but she could. I mean, all joking and kidding aside, she is persistent. But he might buy himself a little time. I believe that Nicoletta should be busy for at least a bit because of, I assume that
Elias's headache.
There's much going on.
Well, I see.
Are you saying would he be okay if we left him here? And
that is what I am asking. Yeah.
I suspect that he will be fine.
You know.
I could tell the guards that he is recuperating, that he is a guest of not only us but of Germany. And to be clear, Nicoletta, her husband works for someone that the guards aren't really too thoroughly keen on satisfying right now.
Well, in that case, then perhaps we could take a little visit. I'm not supposed to go anywhere without my attaché, but it's just Christmas, and you are a very competent head of propaganda, so I suppose it might be all right if we headed out. I do want to hit those brothels, look for the contacts. I also need to have the girls' IDs updated. Do you know how Luke is with forgery?
I have not seen Luke, but Tango was quite proficient.
We don't have. That's a Florida thing.
I understand.
Do we know how Luke is?
Luke is slower. I believe that's accurate because he's not as proficient as Tango.
He's very good. He's just as slower.
Yeah,
that's fine. Well, then perhaps we can incognito. Obviously, I can't go out as brothel says Frieda angles. That would not look proper, but we could escape.
you and I are going to church.
Yeah, that is a wonderful idea. Going to church this Christmas. Then we can go get their IDs, drop them off with Luke, see if he can update them if we need updating. And then perhaps we can try to establish some contacts. And then tomorrow or the day after, I can revisit with the fresh IDs with my attaché. I'll use this rumor. Apparently, my husband went to a brothel before getting arrested at the party, and it's absolutely fun.
Is it one of yours?
I don't know if it is mine. I have not asked yet. I've not done investigating, but that's another thing I would like to do. But that is something I can do with my attaché under the pretense of, I just need to know.
It is something too that if you could find his favorite companion.
I could apologize profusely to them. Having to endure him.
I guess we will see.
Right, I'll get ready.
I will note that the policy is that nobody goes anywhere without armed guards, and there was apparently some problems last night, so
strange.
I imagine it might be very difficult to get out, especially since you've had 3 attacks on your life, without some sort of armed escort.
Well, Catholic church services are really long.
That's
so
true.
we could sneak out during church. Just wait in the car till church service is done, and then at least just hit my brothel and see, and get the paperwork and stuff. And then, of course, stop by the flower shop to pick up flowers, take them to my husband, because that's a daily thing she does. It has not been done yet today. And drop off the things with Luke. There we go. Yeah. Perhaps we can do that. Perhaps Clemens can drive us to the Catholic Church with the longest Sunday sermons in existence, and we could
You would be able to go into church for as long as you wish. It's the services run. I think I'm not overstepping. They run all day, and so people would go in there for like an hour or like 5 or 6 hours typically,
just depending on how devout they were, and
yeah.
And it's all these attempts in her life. Maybe she needs to do a little praying or something. Maybe that's the reason. Let's go. We just sneak out of church.
Okay, so this is what we should do, and we can spend a group fate point to kind of make this work if this is okay. But here's what I would like: some of the churches, and I'm again. You
can also pick one that's closer to the area, the flower shop or the brothel.
Right. Here's what I would like to do, and I don't want to make stuff up because Greg has a habit of making stuff up if he needs something to work. So.
That's what fate points are for.
Right. So that's why I'm going to spend this. They had a habit of, especially like the richer churches, that they would have sub chapels that would be off of the main room. And so these sub chapels would usually be for either like baptisms or other types of like high ceremony type stuff. But they would also be rented out to large patrons. Right. Yeah. So if we could find one that has an unoccupied chapel, something where just Holgar and Frieda could go into, even if they were accompanied by guards, someplace we could go into and then leave and then not be interrupted.
Even make it a little bit more. I could sing a carol at the church and then go into the room to meditate.
It establishes credibility where we are. And if anybody were to come in, like burst in and we aren't in the chapel, it's easy enough to explain, that we are walking the grounds inside usually they have like a fenced area, which is like holy ground type stuff.
For contemplation. And
we cannot get into sword fights here because it is holy ground. So.
Yes.
I will take that fate point for you to know a good church that is at such.
Has our requirements. Wonderful. Wunderbar. There we go. I think maybe we leave a note for the doctor.
Ooh.
Going to church, be back later.
Lovely.
Tuck it into his pocket where his other note is. Find it. It's in there.
And of course, when you go about to leave.
Also, I'm going to do this too, because I'm not like Nicoletta would never come in here and like slice his throat. Elias would. And I want to give Preetam the chance to be able to do something. So he's going to lock the door to the bedroom and put the key under the door.
Slide it under. Nice.
So he's locked in and he has the key.
Okay.
So if he comes
let himself out.
Right, if Elias comes bursting into the room with a sickle, at least you'll hear him coming.
If he has a sickle, then we can call him a communist and get him taken out that way.
That's fair.
Right. We'll just throw a hammer at him.
With a hammer.
We'll take a picture and
as you come down from the, you're about ready to leave, and of course, when you get down to the bottom floor, Clemens is there, as are two soldiers with rifles, uniformed, ready. Thank you, Rock Punch ATL. I hope you've punched all the rocks. And these sort of Clemens and these two guards sort of show up waiting for you. Still pretty early in the morning, and they're ready. And they're like, Captain?
Yeah. And he's wearing all black because
his mother died.
Mother died.
Yeah. Frieda would be wearing black as well for, and she's staying with his household. So it'd be polite. And also that's the color she would wear anyway. And yeah, she wouldn't have her hat with the veil. Like, I think that she'd have the hat with the veil, but it'd be tied around like a bow so she could drop it down later to be more incognito. So right now it's just a wide brimmed black hat with a big bow on it.
And as you're sort of coming out, you notice that it is Christmas Day, which is a day off. It should be great, but there's a lot of activity in the Hotel Majestic. Clearly something really bad happened last night and everybody's having to do some work right now, unfortunately for a bunch of people. And there is clearly this sort of tension in the air as people are moving in and out. And as you're sort of coming out, flanked by these two guards. Yes.
Can I, in her purse, because she'd have a purse with her, to put the paperwork in and stuff and things, but also could she have taken that fourth really nice breakfast of like the croissant and the butter and things?
Yeah.
So that she can give it to Luke and his mom as part of her Christmas gift.
Yeah.
Cool.
And
here's some nice foods I've been saving for you.
And when you come out of the hotel, the guards come out first, and they are clearly on alert for attacks, for violence. And they usher you in a way that feels a little like Secret Service trying to usher the president into a car before there are snipers around. Sort of usher you into this car, of course, open the doors for you. And when you get in, they move off very quickly. And they go, sir, where are we going?
Name of church here, St. Peter's and Paul at the corner of here and there.
Yes. Yeah. Here and there. Of course. And as they're driving, Clemens goes, your wife?
She's resting.
She was...
both her wounds and the grief.
He nods, and like there's kind of like a quiet.
Frieda, he'll have a sniff.
And as you are driving, you can't help but notice to see all of the red posters on the walls. And you know what those posters are. Whenever they put up red posters, that clearly must have been done not too long ago. Those are lists of people that they've assassinated in retaliation, or criminals, resistance members, terrorists. But it looks like a very long list of names of people who've all been killed, and clearly not too long ago, because these posters were not out. Well, certainly when you were coming home, Oscar, and just all around the city, you can see them, these sort of like angry red posters of retaliation. And as you're moving through the city, it's a sort of harsh feeling as you make your way to this beautiful church, tall, with wonderful sort of stained glass windows, and it's actually takes up an entire sort of block, right? Because it's got very large grounds, and the soldiers escort you into this church. And as they walk in with you, you hear the services going on. It's 41, so they're in Latin.
Mm-hmm.
And there's this pause as you walk in. And then the services continue. But you can see the Parisians looking at these armed and uniformed German occupiers and their fancy guests walking into their church. And there's an unease with your presence. But no one says anything. Why? I mean, that wouldn't be smart. As these guards sort of stand there, and they post themselves inside the church at the doors. Clemens is out at the car, but these two armed soldiers post themselves inside to make sure that you'll be safe as you invade their Christmas services. And they will let you, of course, go into the private chapel, because, you can do whatever you want, of course.
Once we are there for an appropriate amount of time, I think we would.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we sit through a full, because they're going to be having them all day, but we'll sit through a full service.
There are some dirty looks that you get as you walk in towards that sort of that side chapel.
Mm-hmm.
Just a couple dirty looks. Some people seem to be unhappy with you. Who knows why?
There's nothing we can do to discourage that right now.
It is true. It is true. But you can always make a discover action to find out more info whenever you want to ask me a question that your character wants to know. Always. I just want to remind you.
I mean, I know they're unhappy because we've got some armed German soldiers in here.
Okay, can I roll an
empathy? Because I wanted to roll an empathy to get the vibe.
You roll an empathy. I've got an idea.
Please.
We'll
Okay.
see.
Yeah, she's like, okay, aside from these schmucks that are with us, is there any? Because she does feel a little bad. I mean, just one polka dot sized amount of bad.
You may ask me one question, because with empathy, the difficulty is only fair.
I see. Okay. So my question is, aside from the soldiers, what about them is making them give dirty looks?
Yeah.
Why are they, aside from the soldiers, why the dirty looks?
It's a great question. As you're walking in towards this side chapel, and there's like on the walls, like you kind of walk through this sort of like part of the church where there's like some paintings of various important people, some photographs. Like it's like kind of like a slightly sort of administrative sort of side as you pass by, and you see someone look up at one of these sort of photographs and look at you with real hatred, both of you two. They don't know who you are besides Germans. And really kind of like offended that you're here in some ways. And the person that they sort of glance at, it's the Archbishop of Paris, and this person they've got like a sort of a little line over them, and you recall the Archbishop of Paris is under house arrest by the Nazis and is not able to is under house arrest, right? They just came and they just arrested him, and they're keeping him prisoner in his home, and he can't leave. And he made some news. You heard about it in Germany, where he had protested the hostage policy and had asked Hitler to maybe not just murder people. And no one's really heard from him much since. He sort of made a sort of a public appeal. And the people here seem to be devout Catholics, and they seem to be very, very unhappy with your presence. The people who basically have, who are clearly kind of godless, right? Or sort of representative of the people who have arrested their archbishop. Like how disrespectful, right? So there's that real sense of yeah.
Frieda will move with as much respect as she can in this place to try to. It's not going to help much, but it'll at least be like we're not walking around like we own the place. Just being very respectful while she's here.
Good. Okay, two things. Well, maybe just one thing. Can Oscar see if he can get the guards to just stand on the other side of the door? Not inside the
chapel?
Church. Yeah, not inside the church proper. He wants them. No, you said they're stationed at the main entrance of the. There should be kind of. I'm getting my. There's the.
Usually there's like the main door, the front doors to the church period, and then typically there's like an antechamber, and then a second series set of doors. Perhaps they could wait in the antechamber.
Yeah, if he can go and get them to make a bit of a vestibule. If he can go and make a kind of a show of it as a performance, for him to go and stage whisper, "Why don't you step outside? This is the house of God." Just enough for like the back couple rows to pick up what he's doing. You'll still be safe. Just
I'm gonna need rapport, or if you're No. If you're being polite, it's rapport. If you're being a jerk, it's provoke.
Oh, definitely rapport. These are air quote.
Yeah.
His guys.
It's average.
Ooh, okay. Well, there are 2 of them. And would you like to do anything about that?
No, he said it loud enough to be heard, and if they don't agree, then it actually works out better for him that they don't do it, because it puts him in the same light as the people that are in the pews.
Yeah. And one of them goes, I'm sorry, Captain, we have our orders. This whole church can be full of terrorists, communists, Jewish de Gaullists. It's not safe.
It's just there's been too much bloodshed on the day of the Lord. Let's try to avoid it if it's all possible.
We will make sure there is no more bloodshed, sir. And they look at this church, which they see as a security risk, basically, right? And and they are clearly on edge. And they are ready in case, and they're not going anywhere.
Well, Oscar, in his move from where they are, like up along the side into the chapel, he would take every ceremonial move when he goes. When he faces the altar, he will bow. Before he crosses into the threshold of the chapel, he will kneel.
Before you can get to the chapel, the 2 guards come up to where you are, right through the service, right in the middle of the service. And the priest waits. And they go, sir, wait. And before you can go into the side chapel, they step in to make sure there's nothing in there that is dangerous. And there's an old woman, must be in her 70s or 80s, who's in there sort of praying. And they go, and one of them, they just say in German, you must get out. We have good Germans here. And this woman has no idea at all. You can tell what they're
Frieda
saying.
will translate to try to be helpful.
Can he try to get her to stay?
You could try. Right now, they want everybody who seems dangerous, including the 70-year-old woman, out.
Yeah.
How do we work this? How do we work this angle, Greg?
I would go ahead and do it, but my rolls have sucked so bad that.
And you can see one of the guards is about to go grab her arm because she doesn't quite understand what's happening.
No.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they're gonna. Unfortunately, I don't think they're gonna listen to either of us. But I really don't think they're gonna listen to Frieda.
Frieda will at least translate to the old lady. She'll say she'll do it politely in French. Because she's assuming these guards don't know a whole lot of French, and she'll try to do it in the dialect. Yeah, and she'll do it in the dialect of her neighbor, so that it's even more perhaps difficult to pick up. I'm so sorry. These students they not listen to us. We just wish to play. If you could please come back at a later time.
Oscar speaks French as well, and he hears this, but he's going to turn to the men, and I am going to really push for deceive on this one, because he turns to them and he goes, we should just stay. This woman, and Hogar, who has never shown any type of move like this before.
She's wearing my mother's favorite color. This is a sign from God.
I'm going to need a deceive roll.
Yep.
Are you helping? Are you helping? What are you helping with?
And I will turn and then in German go, oh, she looks about the same age too.
Some deceive, get a +1. Get a +1.
Then that's a 7.
Let me roll their will here. Let's see. There's average guards. One of them has this woman's hand, this arm, and it's like as frail. This woman is clearly underfed, and has her. And they hear Holgar say this thing about his mother, and they hear
it's
Frieda.
Christmas. Yeah.
These 2 good Germans, and they sort of wait for a moment. They think about it. And so,
this old woman's probably like,
yeah, the old one's like, whoa, right?
So frail.
And so woman goes, all right, give me your purse. Your purse! And just like kind of grabs her purse and looks through it to make sure there's nothing dangerous.
And she has a gun. No, I'm kidding. She probably doesn't.
She doesn't, unless you pay a
If
fate
she
point.
did, that would have been really exciting.
Unless you pay a fate point. A fate
She
point.
drops them both, and we're like,
Just
whoa.
like, pow, pow. And like looks
Can
through
you
the
join
purse.
Mhm.
And they go through this sort of papers. Like they're going through her things, just to make sure there's nothing sort of dangerous. Awareness, if you like.
Yeah.
I will help
Yeah.
you roll awareness. That's the best I
Cool.
can do as a distraction or something.
Oh, no, it's not gonna work.
Look at us.
0.
Yeah, that's a 0. Nope.
Yeah.
They
Okay.
kind of go through her papers, and then you can tell they start, because they're kind of assholes, they start deciding to actually look at her paperwork to make sure that it's proper, that she has all her stamps, just to sort of intimidate her, I suppose basically is the best way to put it. But her paperwork is in order. And there starts to be a little bit of yelling because she doesn't quite know what they're asking.
Do we get any type of advantages because of that beat?
No, because it's not a create an advantage. It's just an overcome.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Damn.
Unfortunately.
So they go through her stuff. They keep her there, and it's a little humiliating. But
He's not gonna. Holgar's not gonna let this happen. One,
Please.
because this is gonna be
Because
something
we
that.
also rolled really
Yeah.
epic.
Yes.
So we were very persuasive.
Yeah, so he's gonna want this to be over quickly.
Yeah.
Holgar wants to pray.
Yeah.
He doesn't want this,
Yeah.
and it's framed as a
Yeah.
combination thing. One, listen to me.
Yeah.
Two, get out of here.
yeah.
I'm
Get
a
back to
higher
your
rank
post.
than you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So he turns to them
Outside and don't come in here until we come out.
right. He's gonna turn back to them and say, "Are you done here?"
So they just want to make sure everything's safe.
And I'd like to try to create an advantage with the old woman if
Please do.
possible.
Please do.
Ooh.
And this is him.
Mhm.
He literally is Oscar Holgar
Yep.
pulls himself up to his full height
Yep.
in front of these two, and there is a fire in his
Mhm.
blue eyes that is just, you have gone too far, and I am too close.
Yep.
And this is the house of God, or you would both be on the dirt right now.
My mom died last night. We are in a there's just a lot of factors that
Yep,
are going
yep.
into there. Yeah.
Are you? Do I get?
This
are you
feels
helping?
like a provoke.
Yeah. Oh, she will definitely help. She will act a bit emotional.
Deceive on your part, yes. That'll be a +1. This is a provoke, absolutely. Absolutely.
Oh, for fuck's
How
sake!
did you get that? You don't have a good deceive, do you?
No, it's provoke. I
provoke.
can't.
Oh, it's provoke. Okay.
Do you want to re-roll?
I mean, I can try. Give me. I have to take a faint point from the group though to do so. If that's okay with everybody, I don't.
Yes.
Yeah.
Is that all right?
Sure.
Okay.
Sure. Well, it can't get much
I don't-
worse. Honestly,
Well-
it can only get 1 point worse. So
Mediocre.
Okay, you missed it by one.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to spend a fate point if you want that. By the way, what's the aspect you used for that reroll?
For the reroll, I will. Is empathy a weakness? How's that?
Yes, absolutely. Would you like to spend another fate point to get that advantage?
I don't have any to spend because I
there-
suck at rolling.
There are
So
two. Though.
I ask my group if. Okay, because I hate to spend fate points whenever there's
I think we
everybody
can
else
get an
here.
advantage on the little old lady another way. So.
Listen, I last time I used pretty much every single one in this situation.
If you're trying to put it on the old lady, I say let's if you're trying to put it on the soldiers, yeah. If the old
Let's do the
lady,
old lady.
no, I got a plan. I have an idea that involves the soldiers having to be gone. So
Okay, so we'll spend another one, and that wins it then, or
Yes,
what
it
is
does.
that?
Yes, it does.
Yeah, because I have a 1. Okay, so
Okay.
does that give
Yes, it
us
does.
something with the old lady then?
Advantage with the old lady, 1 free invoke, and
cool. I'll increase it then once the soldiers are gone.
we'll call this old lady for the moment, and the advantage is,
Can I say something? She used to be an actress.
Oh.
Ooh,
One
yes.
last performance.
Yep. Absolutely. 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 It is yours. And these soldiers, you can tell something about them. They look at you, and their faces are respectful. But I don't know how to tell you this. It's kind of a little unfortunate. You work for the SS, and they look real bad right now. You're kind of a bit embarrassing. So they're going to leave, but they just take 2 beats too long. Do you know what I mean? It's just that kind of way where they just take a little bit too long, and you know it and they know it. And when they give the old lady back her purse, one of them drops the purse before she can actually get it. And they both walk out.
I imagine they don't look behind them as they walk out because they're too pompous.
Yeah.
In that case, I will swoop in and pick it up and hand it to her. There's nothing to bend over.
And she has got tears in her eyes a little bit. They've not dropped.
I'm sorry about that.
And she's also angry, I think, is the other thing I would say about her.
I would be too. Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, she's also angry. And she sort of takes the purse back from you. And she's like wearing a shawl, right, that's sort of covered up. And the clothes that she wears are a little threadbare. And you can tell that she's not getting a lot of food because it's occupied Paris and people are eating rats for meat at this point in time. And she sort of takes it and she sort of nods and she goes, oh, merci.
Oscar would move to completely out of view at one of the pews, but close to, as he passes by the old lady, to kind of activate this one last performance. He would bow as part of the ceremony. His last little bit of anybody that might be looking would see him do this, as he would bow and he would hold it and whisper into her ear in French, I know a bank where the wild thyme blows, where ox lips and nodding violet grows, quite over canopied with luscious woodbine, with musk roses and with eglantine.
And she sort of stands up a little bit when you say that, because she's surprised by what she's hearing. And she just sort of shakes her head and looks at you with maybe second eyes. She narrows her eyes and she looks at both of you in black. She shakes her head, furrowed, knitted brows, sort of wild white eyebrows. This old woman, and she goes, Ill met by moonlight indeed, I think.
He would just nod as if in prayer. And as he's there, just loud enough for her to hear, sweet Titania.
And she says, it's been a long time. I suspect that you are perhaps not like the others.
He would look up, and in his best performance, he would drop Holgar. And it would be as close to the Oscar of the before times as he could be.
Frieda will do something, change her body language and do something similar and say, we aspire not to be.
The whole world is a stage now. And thus we perform.
And she shuts the door to the little chapel. And she sort of takes out her rosary. And she begins to sort of finger each bead quietly as she sort of mouths her Hail Marys. But that's not what she says. It looks like if someone were to look in this sort of private chapel. And she sort of says, what do you two performers want in this house of the Lord?
Well, we aspire to say a few prayers, of course. However, we mostly needed to escape from just head tilt gestures towards for a short amount of time. Get some things done that I would not approve of.
He would look down at the
And
swastika.
at that point
Yeah.
she'll hand over the croissant she took from this morning breakfast.
Can I get a
'Cause
roll?
they would not approve of that. Yeah.
Can I get a roll from you?
Yes. Could it be perhaps an empathy roll?
It can be indeed. Well, really,
Like
it would be
this feels really
rapport.
empathetic.
Rapport.
Mhm.
Empathy is reading others. Rapport is to
Mhm.
charm them.
All right,
Or
sure.
also resources would work, depending on how you want to do this.
I will help if it's
Mhm.
anything other than resources. I don't have resources.
I'll do rapport. So help from Oscar. So 3 with Oscar's help.
Oh, that's a tie.
Ooh.
So, I imagine you're wanting to create an advantage.
Oh, add on to the advantage we have.
Ah, then it's yours.
Mhm.
Because if it's already there,
Yep.
then
Yes, it is.
then you get it. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
She just likes us that much more.
She does, and she sort of nods, and she takes this croissant and actual cheese,
Mhm.
and she puts it in her bag, and then she pulls out a small slip of paper that they didn't seem to really notice, and then she just hands it to you.
Look at it.
And it's you'd have to unfold it. It's a little newspaper. It's a little one-sheet newspaper. I would say it would be a non-authorized newspaper.
Ooh. Scandalous.
And it is a sort of a.
It'll make her smile. Just seeing that it's not authorized, like.
It's a communist resistance newspaper.
Oh, she's a communist.
Saying what is happening right in the city, and it talks about it has like sort of some photographs of various sort of important officials, and it talks about the ways in which de Gaulle's holding out resources, the ways in which you have to resist. Like it's a very, very fiery call to arms, call to violence, and it has in it like a list of the bars and brothels and movie theaters that are German soldier exclusive, just in case you wanted to know them for whatever reason.
For reasons, yeah. Her brothel's not on there.
Yeah, but your husband's might be.
Possibly, yeah. She'll. Oh, interesting. She's just like, she's used to memorizing lines and things. She'll just try to do her best to memorize these just in case for the future.
And she just sort of like pats your hand and she says, all performers need props. And she looks at Oscar and she looks at Frieda. Can you deliver props for a performance?
I think just a corner of her mouth raises, and she folds back up the paper. But we are, of course, could make delivery, seeing as how we're going to be in here praying all afternoon with you. Like a
all afternoon.
All afternoon.
And she nods, and you can see in the corner she's got her knitting bag. It's this fairly large sort of carpet bag that has got her little, like, you can see yarn, and she goes, guns would be useful.
That is a very expensive prop. I think I know exactly where they would be best delivered. There's a place up north where airships come and go. I am on my way there in just a few days.
The people here also need potatoes, bullets. They're killing us in the streets like dogs.
He would touch her hand, making it clear that guns that are delivered north is for this afternoon.
Yeah.
These are always things that we can talk about when we pray, because you and I are now friends. She reminds me of my mother's. God bless her soul. What is your name?
Marceline.
Ah, well met.
Well met.
My name is Hogar Leichner, but you may call me Oberon.
I've heard your name. People do not speak well of you. Hogar Leichner.
What fools these mortals be.
And you? The Nightingale? People do not speak well of you either.
I'm sadly aware.
I will give you a small present as for your kindness. Not for the potatoes or the praying, but because you did not let them humiliate this old woman. And there are those who want you dead. Quite a few. As a symbol of...
I'd imagine so.
Oh, dear. I mean, more actively want you dead. Rather than vaguely want you dead.
Oh, that does not surprise me.
You...
Came close the other day.
Yes. Oh. I should tell you. Such a sweet young lady. Good sir. You are going to be invited to give a performance in a few days' time. You should not go. It is a
Thank you.
friendship sort of performance. It'll be about charity. Perhaps next week. You should not go.
Thank you. It looks like my schedule has just suddenly filled up for the next week.
Mr. Leichner, Oberon. Things will not go well for you in your department. All this month, I'm afraid. January will not be good for the radio or the newspapers.
This is a terrible development.
You may want to be careful at press junkets.
This information exchange is well met. And perhaps if there's an editor or a writer of such news that they would like to hear a scoop, perhaps it would be in their best interests to avoid the Nightingale and avoid Captain Leichner. Not because of a threat, but because of potential friendship.
I would like it to be known that I harbor No ill will to those who seem to actively want me dead as of late. I understand where they are coming from, and it is not.
There has been a great amount of sorrow and loss in the city recently. People are hard to convince. No one has food. People are starving and they get angry. If you've seen the rabid packs of dogs in the streets, ripping at each other, it's like that. But we had some good news early this morning.
Did you? And he smiles just a bit.
Just look, her eyes will just go over to to Oscar, like, oh, are you the good news?
Well, if you say up north, some, perhaps you are more friendly than has been told.
I used to have friends. In fact, I made them last night. 3 brothers.
3, not 4?
Only 3. But we became fast friends.
Well, there'll have to be some discussion when I get done with my shopping some other time.
We must pray, I believe,
Yes.
all day.
Before we do, I will ask you this question, Oberon and... Let's call you Hippolyta. Married to some sort of fool.
Please don't remind me.
One day you're going to have to ask yourself, as you sit in your expensive hotels taken from us, that we still have to labor in while you eat all of our food and suffer indignity after indignity while you sit in our city. You'll have to ask yourself one day when you will stop playing both sides and when you will join us. You cannot stay there forever. When this war is over, those who are too comfortable will not be so comfortable. There will be blood running through these streets, my dearest, and it will make what is happening this morning look like child's play. You do not want to be sitting in that hotel when that happens.
I do not plan on it. I plan to be doing other things by then.
And you don't need to call me Titania. I prefer Madame Defarge. And she sits down in the chapel, and she very close to the door, and she starts praying audibly enough that anyone outside could hear her.
Mm-hmm.
Come, Hippolyta. We must away.
All right, Oberon. That takes me off. And I think, because we're sneaking out, it doesn't want to be like, hey, look, those two were supposed to be watching her leaving. She'll take off her snood, which will reveal the hairstyle she kind of has underneath it, drop down the veil, and I think change her shoes. Maybe she has a spare pair of shoes in her bag.
If we're gonna go that route, then on the way out the back, which the chapel always has a priest entrance, he's going to go back there and actually grab one of the friar hoods that the priests would have, and just one of those deep, like Assassin's Creed type. And if there's a group of monks, I want to blend in with them.
But
and then just be able to make my way all the way through the city, and no one knows I'm there. Okay.
Yeah, no one knows you sit on the bench occasionally.
Yeah. There is also I don't know why in the middle of winter, but there is like a little kind of like a little hay
cart,
just there. Nobody knows why.
Yeah.
I like to swan dive off of Notre Dame, then just
just constantly hearing eagle noises, like
but only when you're high up on a building.
Nobody knows why.
Yeah.
You are able to. Could I get from you all?
And I think Frieda would see him do that, and she'd be like, "Oh, I always dress like this when I go to my brothel," and like adjust the neckline as well. Just makes it, just very different from how Frieda normally dresses.
I'm gonna need either perform or stealth from you both. Either one.
Oh, this is a perform.
Definite perform.
I'm just asking.
I mean, I have a little stealth, but this is a perform.
That's good, boy.
We're good.
Oh yeah. You're able to make your way to the city, no problem, through the back out. You're able to sort of get out through the back of this church, the grounds of the church, as this old woman, Madame Defarge, Marceline, prays loudly enough to make the side chapel seem well stocked, full.
Busy, yeah.
Busy. And when you make your way to this little brothel, nice multiple story brothel, when you walk in, you two together, it's early enough. The brothel is closed for business because it's early in the day.
Mm-hmm.
When you make your way in,
and Frieda's stride changes again as we are within whenever we get within eyesight of the brothel, she takes on the Madame Cobra persona. A little more sultry, walk confident.
When you walk in,
swagger.
There is a strange mood. Sort of quiet. The bouncers are there on the inside, but they look pale, a little shaken.
Mm-mm.
And you don't see any of the women there. They're probably upstairs. They're not at the bar.
Mm-hmm.
And when they see you, one of the bouncers goes...
Is Rolf there? Is Rolf one of the bouncers that is currently there?
Rolf goes, Giselle? And you wait.
And she'll just kind of greet him with a nod as she enters. Rolf.
And it's 2 or 3 minutes before Giselle, this older woman, the kind of woman who's smoked a lot and drank a lot, and has probably raised way too many children, and probably knocked a couple of people in the face as well, comes down the staircase, and she has her hair sort of undone a little bit, sort of falling in front of her face. The bun is still there. And she's wearing, of course, this sort of dress that seems like a dress you'd wear during the day. Sort of a nice sort of blue. And there's blood on her hands and on the dress itself, and some blood spatters on her face. As she's carrying a rag.
Blood soaked, I imagine.
Blood soaked. And
before she can say anything,
she just
will
looks at you.
She'll come up to her and just what is wrong?
We will need help disposing of bodies.
What happened? I mean, of course, but what happened?
Something
We were all right.
terrible. It's something terrible.
Frieda will be like, just take a deep breath. Like, okay, no, okay. She's been through some trauma. She can't just spit it out.
And
I know you've been through a lot, but I need you to tell me what happened so I can help.
she looks at Oscar, who she's seen before, and she goes, it's on the third floor, the Greek room.
Sit down. So just just basically it's the nicest way she can say, just catch yourself for a moment. Just sit down, and she just immediately starts going up the stairs. Quickly. With haste. She's not running, but she's power walking.
Do you go, Oscar?
Mm-hmm.
You go up to the third floor to the Greek room. There's a bucket outside.
With blood and rags?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
The door is cracked a little bit. And you open the door?
Oh, it's like Frieda stomps up this, not stomps up this. She doesn't stomp. She's not angry. She just wants to know what's going on. Power walks up the stairs, like looks at the bullet, like pauses a moment, accepts the acknowledgement of said items, and opens the door. Double opened if it's a double open door. If not, it's just she'll just wide open. Better to take it all in. See what's happening.
What
is
happened? The Greek room.
Mm-hmm.
This room has beautiful columns. Well, they're plaster of Paris. They're made to look beautiful. They're painted, right?
Yeah, they're just because they're not actual columns does not make them not beautiful.
Right? Some good sort of Doric
Theater.
columns, right? Theater.
Yeah.
Some sort of, this has got like sort of draped fabric, right? It sort of looks like a faux Parthenon. And there's like this sort of like a big sort of bed in the center, and there's like one of those kind of like leaning chaise lounges, and you can tell that there's some little toga props around if somebody wanted to wear one. Little golden wreaths for the Olympiads. There's also I suppose they were at some point in time women at some point. You assume two. You assume if you count limbs, it seems like there must have been two people there at one point in time. They're hung up, suspended by their wrists. They don't have much skin on them at all. They've been flayed. And there are sort of parts missing. And it hasn't been long, probably because the blood is still sticky. And their heads are still attached, but barely. And I need a will roll from both of you.
Yep.
And I'm going to ask you a question that will tell me a lot about your character. How difficult will this will roll be for your character?
Oscar's going to fail this if it's Jeanette.
No.
It's not Jeanette?
Mm-mm. She was not in this room.
Yeah, it would be fair then.
Okay.
To be fair, it would be fair.
Yeah. Similar for She's been in her uncle's
I know.
art studio. I think the main question that goes through her mind is she sees it, she just again acknowledges it, and then it's just thinking, who?
I'm going to say for the record, let us note that they walked into some carnage and they passed their will rolls with 2s and 3s. Just want to note that's where they're at in terms of their relationship to violence. Just note it. Yes, there is blood everywhere. Everywhere. Purposefully, probably.
She walks around the room and just makes note of everything that's in here.
That sounds like a discover action. What skill would you like to use?
I guess awareness, just to see. Oh, you know what? I know this isn't really how. I don't think this is how the skill's supposed to boost. But can I roll criminal contacts based on the things she's seen and witnessed to earlier? See if it's resemblance any of rather than an awareness to pick things up. Yes. Roll criminal contacts.
So basically, like, does this match things that like from people you've known, right? Things you've seen people do.
Yeah, people I've known, things I've seen, people I've known, heard about, witnessed. Sure. She's because this is not a normal. This isn't normal behavior. This isn't a normal murder of passion.
Absolutely.
So I think this is how she'd approach this.
Absolutely.
Can I roll a fight?
Yes,
because
you can.
This is him. He wants to identify if this is the mark of Elias. You know, it's his fingerprints.
Oh yeah.
2.
A 2 is not good enough. You need a 3.
That's fine.
You also need a 3. So this would be a success at a minor cost.
You know what? I will spend a fate point to put me at a 4. That would just put me at 3. It'll put me at 4 because it's 2. Yeah, I'll put me at 4 so I can just succeed.
I know what aspect you're going to use invoke, but please tell me.
I'm a Viper's Den.
I thought as much. And Oscar, you're tied, so you can get a question at a minor cost, which will just be a mental stress.
Yeah, I'll take it. Is empathy a weakness if that's what you need?
No, you don't have to spend anything at all, unless you want to spend a fate point.
No.
It's minor stress, and then you get that one question.
Each one of you gets one question.
Mine's easy. I just want to know if this is Elias.
Yes, absolutely. But different than normal?
You're playing fast and loose with normal there.
Normal for him. Like, you've seen his work before.
Different than his normal.
Different than his normal. This is very violent in a different way than he's normally violent. He's normally violent in a kind of a fun way for him.
It's an awful situation. It's unfortunately, Oscar has been dulled to the point where, because he's seen all this so much, we've established that if there is a way, he takes a morbid sense of pleasure out of the fact that this guy's coming undone. And this is something that he wanted. Elias isn't subdued in the best of times. And if he's coming undone, this is actually good for everyone, except, of course, for present company in the room.
What is your question, Frieda? Something that you could glean from having a lifetime experience with hanging out with a bunch of criminals.
Yeah. She's just fine. Her question's a little different. She knows she can find out who. There's people who were working here, I'm sure, when said person was let in and rented this room with these 2 girls. The question is, what's the emotion, the motive behind this? Like, what was this person trying to achieve?
That would be empathy. So I want something that's a bit more criminal contacty.
Okay. Oh, okay. How long did this person take?
It's a great question. That's a very good question. And that is a question I can answer.
That seems criminal contacty and sounds
very
like
much
it
a
could be
criminal-
useful in the future. Yeah.
Yep. So, what you would notice from this is that this took a while.
Mm-hmm.
You would guess a couple of hours.
Mm-hmm.
You would also, looking at the wounds, note that this person, that looks like they probably had their throat slit first, so there wouldn't be sounds.
At least there's that. At least these girls didn't have to endure. That gives her a little bit of like, well, at least they didn't have to endure that conscious, alive.
Although it does look like they were probably alive for some of it.
Yeah.
But whoever it was wanted to make sure there was no speaking.
Until after they left. Yeah.
Yeah. A couple of other things you would notice as having criminal context in this way in terms of how long it took. It looks to you as if
They take their time.
They took their time.
Okay.
This place looks like a mess. It looks like a mess. But you have been in a place like this, and you've seen deliberate work.
Mm-hmm.
And this is also deliberate, targeted work.
Mm-hmm. Does it look like they were trying to leave a message or just trying to get stuff out?
It seems to you like it's a little bit tricky. I would say that you're getting one thing you're getting is that this has the kind of care so as not to get caught. Right?
Okay.
Clearly this person was able to get in and get out without causing alarm. So they did horrible, awful things in a very reckless or seemingly reckless way, but they took care to make sure that they would not be heard, right? So that, okay, they're not going to be making noise, so I can actually just indulge in this exceedingly violent thing until, right, I want to be finished. But very specifically because you have an uncle who has an art gallery. Yeah. And that's where criminal contacts are coming from. The art studio. The art studio. This violence, you asked if there's a message. This violence was done.
I can make an empathy roll if you want to see if it's more of a just getting frustrations out or leaving a message. Sure.
Please do.
Combine the two. Great.
Yeah. Question. Frustration and anger, clearly.
Yeah.
But the bodies are staged for maximum distress. There seems to be something important about this room for the staging of these bodies, as if the room itself has some sort of significance. You're not quite certain why this room, but it seems as if the bodies were staged in this room to send a message on purpose.
Okay.
Oscar. This was Tango's room. And while you stand there and contemplate this, and you can hear some vomiting off down the hallway. Prince, there's a knock at your door. The bedroom door.
He's knocked out, so I mean, he took a powerful sleep drug and knocked out with a complete.
You had alcohol. It was booze. We decided not to do because you had the drink.
No, I didn't mix it. I didn't mix it.
Die.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
you didn't want to die, so you just had the alcohol.
No, I didn't have the alcohol. I just had. I mentioned I took the medicine.
Yeah. You don't want any alcohol in your system when you took that. Yeah.
Right, because I think what I
remember you poured all that in the coffee earlier, and you would want to take it even if it was an hour later.
Right, because considering he is a doctor, so he would know this and not KP. He definitely didn't go. So I decided instead of going for the coffee, he went for the more powerful medication and water. Drank a lot, enough water to stay hydrated, and then knocked out with the hopes of just knocking out through the night. Like a medicated sleep with no dreams. God.
I'm going to ask you a question. How knocked out are you? And would you like a fate point?
I feel like I have enough fate points.
I'm just asking if you'd like a fate point. Because you told me you're super knocked out.
I am. Listen, I'm not a doctor, so
How knocked out are you? Are you having a fate point knocked out, or are you not having a fate point knocked out?
How long has it been since I went to sleep?
Let's see.
Base it on that answer.
Let's see. Your friends left. That information had to get sent back. Somebody had to go and change and then make their way over. So I would say it wasn't that long, maybe an hour or so.
I would
had to change. Oh,
woohoo! Oh, okay.
There's a knock at the bedroom door. Not the front door, the bedroom door.
Is it like a knock, like a gentle, like a, hey, this is a knock, or a thump? Like
starts as a gentle
is it a
knock.
serial killer knock?
It starts as a gentle knock.
I don't hear the gentle knocks.
Excellent. It's a little bit more insistent. Do you hear that one? Do you want a fate point? Do you hear that one?
You know, you gained one earlier to spend it now. That's all I'm gonna say. It's just...
I'm good. I don't need that fate.
Okay.
Fate is on my side.
So, do you wake up with that knock or no? That second knock.
I think I will wait until it actually. I mean,
how about when you feel a hand on your shoulder? Will that wake you up? How about then?
Yes.
I mean, you could take a fate point and then you wouldn't wake up at all, and you would just wake up later at a different time and place. I mean, that's up to you.
No, he wakes up.
Oh, all right. If you want to.
It's more of a groggy, like. Oh.
And as you wake up to this hand inside on your shoulder, inside of a room that was locked.
Well, he doesn't know it was locked.
You see,
Preetam went to sleep, so
a maid at your bedside. A maid with, the keys, master keys, sitting right next to you at your bedside with tears running down her eyes. You can tell that she's been crying, this maid, and her hair is all pinned up underneath a cap. And she has a bruise on her cheek as if she's been struck or hit, or perhaps some kind of violence has become this woman. She looks sort of frightened and pale, vulnerable.
Does this, the question becomes, does this register in his, I mean, he kind of sees, I'm assuming that at this point, what time is it?
Ooh, it's probably at this point I'm like 10 or 10 in the morning, 10, 11 in the morning.
Okay, so it's despite having curtains and everything drawn, I'm sure it's still like some sunlight streaming through. So I do see all of it. I do see details and things. So like fighting through the grogginess, he kind of like focuses on her, and she goes, oh, are you okay? Can I help you? Can I help you?
And this woman, I suppose you're a little groggy, she just leans in close to you, just a little bit closer, and you can smell the jasmine perfume as she says, Doctor, I need your help. I think you're the only one who can save me. Please. We must go somewhere safe. If you don't help me, I don't know what will happen to me. I'm frightened. And she grips your hand, Nicoletta. And that's where we're going to wrap it for tonight, everyone.
I just want to get some sleep, y'all. Goddamn, life is so hard.
And this is what Frieda asked about before leaving. Like, is it okay to leave him by himself? Because I can do things by myself. But
Yeah, I mean, it would have been fine maybe if nobody had people watching you.
Mhm.
An actual French maid. Damn, Trooper. That was good.
Absolutely. That was the end of our episode. We have all of our friends are facing some kind of horror. Frieda and Oscar are facing some expertly mutilated bodies done artistically and to send a bit of a message to whom is a bit of a question.
Because no one really knows that it's Frieda who's taken over, and that she's not really had a chance to speak with know,
but you know
the
who ran it
Jaegers.
before you did?
Yeah, Tango.
Oscar's friends. Anyway,
Yeah.
So that's bad, and I don't know which is the bigger horror. The mutilated bodies?
100% the prince.
Nicoletta, the
100%.
French maid outfit. Yes.
KP, apparently you have the big horror.
Oh,
Yeah.
great.
Oh.
I mean, you saw that we were fine, so.
Yeah. We're going to find out how that works out. So I want to very quickly thank everybody who's given us donations to help this happen. We just got some more. I would like to shout out our love. We have a bunch of bots who have been, oh, look at this. I can see all these people who has just followed recently. They're bots, and they've been banned by my mods because my mods are the best. And I would like to say we got 700 bits from Rissa, who says, not like this, not like this, not like this, not like this, not like this. Oh, Preetam, so much danger. How can she be dangerous? She's looking very distressed right now. She just needs help. And then Willen, who's been taking our notes, has donated 100 bits, who said, oh, wow, what an episode and such strong scenes at the end. Oh, well. Thank you for those bits. These bits help pay the trauma offset costs for our cast. And
Pay for my psychiatrist.
Yes.
A therapist.
So I would like us all to do our outros, and I would like Greg to go first, because Greg has got a thing. And, by the way, I need to take a fate point from you, our dearest KP, since you did not get kidnapped.
You said you were going to give me a fate point.
Yeah.
No, give you a fate point if you got kidnapped, which you're not
Right,
kidnapped.
but I didn't.
So they have to give me a fate
You gotta
point.
give one. Yeah, that's why I said earlier.
Okay,
you gained
okay,
one
I
earlier
realized
to
that.
give one now.
Look at it like this.
Worth it.
That fate point might have been which Jaeger was outside the door.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It could have been a Nicola.
It could have been an Elias.
Except he was
Elias.
busy,
When you said that they had to change, I was
Yeah.
like, oh shit.
Imagine
Yeah.
Elias
That
has a lot of
that's-
laundry to do.
Yeah,
right.
yeah. Or just gets new clothes. So,
Mm.
I would, everybody's got some fun, and I would like,
Fun is a strong word.
well, Elias had fun, and he just wants Oscar to know that he wanted to say hi, and he really appreciated the time they had together last night.
Listen, Oscar still by Greg Grimjack 21502. Oscar still considers this a win
Mhm.
because I know how as awful as the murder of these two women is, and it's absolutely awful. Oscar, in weighing the grand scales of this conflict, knows that Elias is losing it. He has a very loose grip on reality as it stands, and he's losing that grip. That's extremely dangerous.
Yes, it
But
is.
at the same point, he's going to lose his grip on everything, which means, the powers that be are not going to want him in charge much longer if he goes completely off the rails. Not to mention there's a lot of egg on everybody's faces right now. But anyway, did you have a question you wanted to ask me? Or
Who are you? Where can we find you and give some love? That's all I want.
That's it.
Yep.
Greg Grimjack 21502. You can't find me anywhere except over on the Discord. If you pop in there, I will definitely be reading all of the interesting and fantastic historical facts that the community here at the Foxhole brings. It's such great stuff. So I'll be there. And I know how long before Elias goes straight after Oscar. I have brief moments, but Trooper and I discussed this after the solo episode, and I fear that if an Oscar Elias confrontation ever manifests, you got to remember he's not a talker. Elias is a killer. And Oscar is too, but not on the level that Elias is. And so I'm scared that if he ever does come for Oscar, that's it. It's over. But again, maybe I'm having all these bad roles now. Oscar will just kick ass if Elias ever comes for him. Who knows? My love is for everyone, but specifically tonight, it is for the package comment that Lindy gave, because that shit's ridiculous. And I've played with Lindy
on a Christmas package.
I know I played multiple years with Lindy, and I told her at the break I knew that she had something chambered because I could see it in her face. She just didn't have a chance to drop it, and of course that's what it was. It's awesome. And then KP, for someone who's been thrown into all of this, you have done and especially we had the conversation before where you're like, I'm not sure where Preetam begins and KP ends and all that stuff, and then you get thrown into this again. And I think we actually saw what would happen if KP was thrown into the situation, and all I could think of was like, oh, you sweet summer child, this is awful that you have to go through all this. And that
he's a complete, like, he came in with no understanding of any of the power dynamics around here, nor the personalities of anybody here, except for, like, he barely knows you guys. Like, he kind of knows, but like, he's been here 10 days.
It's not fair, but you're doing a fantastic job, my friend. It's always a pleasure to play with you. And of course, Trooper, the world is yours. You create it. If anybody, a testament to the brilliance. If you need an example with Trooper, you shouldn't. But if you need an example with Trooper, the fact that we came up with this little chapel sequence on the fly, and he was like, okay, and here's a fully formed NPC for you in the form of an old lady that he didn't know we were going to keep in the room, and was able to manipulate into point threads that he needed to use with the Communist Party. That, everybody, if you are getting a subscription on Masterclass, cancel it. Show up here every Friday if you want to learn about how to GM, because that shit is baller. And that's it, and I'm out. I'll see you all in 2 weeks.
And oh wait, Greg, I'm sorry. Why are we going to see you in 2 weeks? Why? What's happening next week?
Oh, I don't know if I should spill the beans, but I'll go ahead and say it. Chat, I was going to tell y'all, but next week is Preetam's solo episode. So
what?
Shit's going to be real bad. That's why Lindy and I were freaking out.
Oh, weird. Wait.
So you all better be here. We can't watch it. So you all better be here next week, because that shit's going to be bonkers.
Wait. KP's going to be here all alone by himself with me next week with no help? That's interesting.
Okay. I suddenly have a work meeting.
Oh,
I just realized.
Oh. Pardon me. I just an evil laugh escaped. Thank you, Greg. I'm gonna go to our two-player map so you can go out and GM your children in an adventure.
Yep. I'll see you all later. Have a great one.
Bye, Greg.
Greg.
Bye, Greg.
So it's wrong space. I'm gonna just switch ourselves over.
Hi, I'm KP. I'm in studio.
You know, I see you. So let me just move us over there. So we're there. And
I have a solo episode next week.
So we're gonna go to Lindy next, because Lindy's not the one who's gonna be by themselves with me next
No,
week.
I started off the season by
You
myself. That was interesting.
Yeah.
I was a little nervous because we hadn't talked about anything, but it seems to have turned out okay.
Yeah.
I think.
There wouldn't have been a mass murder in your brothel had there not been some stuff happening last night. But
Oh, I imagine so.
Yeah.
Especially if Greg says, yeah, this was Elias Yeager. She's gonna be like, is this your fault?
yes. Well, whose fault is it really? It's really Elias Yeager's fault. But you know.
Causation and effect, my friend. Causation and effect.
Causation effect. Who are you? Who are you playing? Not that. Who are you? Where can we find you? And give some love.
Oh goodness.
Also, and
some
how
love
worried are
first.
you for KP next week?
Oh, I was concerned about my still episode only because it was the first episode of the season we hadn't played in months. That's the only reason I was concerned. I'm concerned for KP's mental health and Preetam's well-being in general. I have some heckin' concerns. And I'm really glad I have other things next Friday night to keep me distracted, so I don't just pace my house going, oh no. That's I'm concerned for. I think I worry about him the most because he's the most pure.
Yeah, I
He's just
know.
the sweetest bean. He's not like, if he had walked into that room, I
Yeah.
think he would have been a little
Ooh.
more shook.
Although he is a doctor.
He is a doctor, but I don't know if he's seen flayed hanging hookers before very intentionally.
It's true.
His uncle doesn't own an art studio.
That's true.
So
Although he could have used his medical skill to make some discover actions to get some
I'm sure.
good questions in
sure.
there.
Yeah, but it's fine. It's fine. She has this has given her some thoughts.
I'm now worried for Elias Yeager.
He knew not whom he fucketh with.
Yeah.
When he did that in her brothel.
Yeah. Yeah.
He does not know. I don't think he realized that there's been a change in leadership.
He has
and
not realized that.
The new leadership is a little more cold-hearted than Tango.
So
I didn't know Tango particularly well, but I feel like that's a safe assumption.
Oh, absolutely. Tango's like, let me tell you my feelings. And
Frieda's like, my feelings, you'll never know the true ones.
until it's too late for you.
Yeah, unless I want you to. You're gonna think my feelings are whatever I want you to think they are.
Yeah.
That's Frieda, and she's not dangerous at all. What? It's fine.
No.
Yeah, Elias Yeager needs to be a little more concerned than he was previously. It's all I'm gonna say, really.
Yeah. There's a whole discussion about like Greg was like, oh, I don't know if Elias Yeager and Oscar get into a fight, like it's gonna be bad, and like Elias might just murder him to pieces, because I assume because he has really low stats and all that other stuff that he's really good at fighting. I was like, he is really good at fighting. But we did not have a discussion about what happens if Frieda decides that she wants to have a discussion with Elias. We did not have that discussion.
She might, and she's not gonna let him know that she knows. Yeah. But she can attack him in other ways. Yeah. She hasn't met with the lovely Yeager family yet. Maybe it's time to schedule a meeting.
Yeah. I'm so excited.
Set up some things. Anyways.
Where can we find you?
Yeah. Where can you find me? Oh, also love. I was just too busy harping on everything. Love for poor KP. Poor Preetam. They're just so precious. I'm scared for them. But also I just love how traumatized they were. There's like one normal person in this group, and I appreciate that. And maybe at some point it will come in handy to have that person who's like, I'm not a traumatized mess, who can maybe properly process some feelings and things. Maybe that will come in handy. And I hope it does, or we just break him and bring him down to our level. One of the two. I'm not sure which, but either way I'm here for it. Also love to Greg because I've played with Greg for so long and he knows me so well. He was just like, what is it you're gonna say, Linder?
You have a dirty comment. What's your dirty comment? I know it. You're like, it's Christmas package.
He knows me so well, and I know him so well, and I just love it. I love playing with Greg. He's just a phenomenal player and person in general. And I just loved how he came in just super late, like, oh yeah, I was just doing stuff, don't worry about it. And she didn't have to ask him, but now she might have to ask him
Some questions.
some questions about things, and she might need to have a conversation with this Jeanette, who she's never really spoken to. But yeah, we'll see. And love to Trooper for just, I just love Clemens. Can I just say I adore Clemens Brown? And if we can make a calendar of this game,
oh yeah,
I'd want him to be like July.
Nice.
Like just, because July is always a pretty classic month.
Yeah.
Just, like posing on a tank or something with
Yeah.
like a beer, with like a pint of beer.
I'm
just
looking for a really
flexing.
good Clements Brown photo. I just need to get the right. I'm looking for
Yeah.
I'm looking for somebody in like a. Don't worry, I know what I want.
Yeah, I know.
I know what I want.
A lot of people want Clemens Brown. That's just we want more Clemens always, and I can't wait to see Martin again because I have a feeling he might show up in the next episode
Yeah.
when we go to the brothels for the first time
Mhm.
with him to investigate my husband. It's gonna be grand.
And also, it's kind of like. No, like it's also like Christmas Day. You're not going to leave the hotel on Christmas Day, so it doesn't like he didn't need to show up, right?
Except to go to church. We're gonna go to church, and that's it, and that's fine. You don't need him for church. Now Boxing Day, that's a whole other story. But anyways, and you can find me online at Laugh Love Lindy, Twitch. I'll stop rambling about how excited and how much I love this game and I love these people. But you can find me online, Laugh Love Lindy, Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, etc. I play in GMs of tabletop RPGs. You can find me next on Sunday on Praxagora Thesmophoria's channel for some Romance of the Blue Rose, aka apparently the gay RPG. And then again on Wednesday for some Witcher, where I just murdered a bunch of bandits. Bandits, it's fine. Brenna has issues too. It's okay. I'm playing a lot of people have issues right now, and I love it. I'm here for it. And my own channel, usually on Mondays and Tuesdays, you can find us playing some D&D. But I think this Tuesday we're gonna do a special one shot of something else because we have some people out of town. But it should be fun and hopefully spooky and maybe Ryutama. I haven't decided yet. We'll see. And that's me.
So let's go to one of my favorite players, KP. Who are you? Where can we find you? Give some love. And yes, it was Nicoletta who asked, what is the best way to get into what is Preetam's Achilles heel emotionally? That was Nicoletta who wanted to know. She's been studying you. Just for no reason. And I wouldn't worry about it, but
because you casually try to find out what is the greatest weakness of someone. It's just that's what's their name, where are they from, what is it that I can use to completely destroy them. There we go.
Or manipulate them. You know how it is.
Because I'm definitely not a psychopath.
No. So yeah, just tell me who you are, where we can find you. Give some love, and then just tell me how excited are you for your solo episode next week? Because I am. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is KP, also known as KP11 Studios, and you can find me traumatized at the nearest hospital. There you go. That's it. Nothing else matters. Why do I bother doing anything else?
Don't you have Void coming up soon?
I mean, no, I absolutely love this. But yes, I'm KP11 Studios on Twitter, Twitch, all your other social medias. I do photography mainly. That's what I'm kind of known for. If you ever see any cosplay or portrait photography or need any of that, you can come let me know. On top of that, I love playing and role playing and playing these wonderful games with amazing people like the ones at this table. I am so goddamn honored to be able to be here with talent such as you guys. Seriously, I feel like I have to constantly play, like I have to up my game just to meet your guys' level every single time, and it pushes me, and I enjoy it so much.
And you succeed.
We'll see.
Ooh,
but
so excited.
but yeah, it's been a joy. You can find me here every Friday, especially unless honestly, as much as I dread it, I'm also more than twice excited for it just because of the stories that I will get to experience. You've already seen how amazing this table is. I loved today's episode. I'm so glad, honestly, like this episode, I was glad I could just be a watcher. I could just be one of the audiences because like seriously, Frieda, the conversations and the adventures that Frieda and Holgar went on today, and the way you both played it, just absolutely amazing. And just being like able to experience that, and that was the reason why I was like, you know what? Knowing how Preetam is, he's really not up for any adventure today. He's not going to be a part of any of this. Let's just knock him out and then observe, and let's just let this other story here breathe and see how it would progress. And you guys just knocked it out of the park.
But you know, I wasn't going to let you get off that easily.
I know. But you know, sometimes you just gotta, not try to hog the limelight, and let other people, like other amazing, talented people, just deliver what they need to deliver. And I feel today y'all just kicked ass so much. It was amazing just to watch that. And yeah, big like just like Greg had mentioned, that scene with you spinning that, just I feel like an offhand random character into something so significant without missing a beat. Trooper was just like, wow, I did not expect that. And then on top of that, Greg gave you a lot of that credit, but honestly, both of you, you guys just like to be able to just catch on in this improv upon that and create this beautiful scene that I don't think any of us was really expecting was absolutely amazing. So yeah, I really enjoyed that. I enjoyed being traumatized too. Don't get me wrong, that was absolutely amazing. But not me. I enjoyed seeing Preetam going through this and then kind of exploring how this poor innocent guy who thought he actually had it, because I was like, oh, I got training. I know what I'm doing. I'm a doctor. I'm a prince.
Yeah.
I got SOP training. I can handle this. Just a little bit, under the radar.
Yeah.
No, and then literally within less than 2 weeks, he's like now on the target of 3 basically of the most twisted people in this country. Had interviewed with Dr. Bones.
But you did really well in the interview with Dr. Bones,
which was amazing. I got to explore that. That was great. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how Preetam now deals with next session and this next challenge. Well, will he stay intact as this, or this clean soul overall? Or will it slowly change him? And I'm curious to see how that goes. So yeah, I'm super excited.
I'm going to just tell you one little tiny thing. There is an NPC. So what you may not know is that I sort of, when I GM in this particular style, I GM in a sandbox way wherein I know where everybody is at all times. So even though they're not on camera, I know what they're doing. And I know what they want and where they are, and it sort of just depends on where you all are at any given time. And there are some NPCs who have been looking for the prince, and you have just not been at home when they were around, and I wonder if they will save you or not. I don't know what's going to happen. All I know is that there are some NPCs who have been looking for the prince who have unfortunately not been able to find the prince at home yet. And also, unfortunately, the prince is not at home right now.
I mean, he hasn't had the opportunity. When has he? He kind of has been that 1 week between, I think, after the party and when we were waiting for Christmas Eve. He kind of just.
He probably would have been safer at home, honestly.
Yeah, Who knew?
We'll find out what happens. And where can we find you next?
Next I will actually be so Sunday I have another game with Little Red Dot, one of our other players who's also absolutely amazing, on Cobalt Press's channel on Twitch, called Into the Southland.
So good.
I'm so excited. I'm a guest player there. The rest of the cast is absolutely amazing. And we get to basically play kind of Cobalt Press's version of or setting of D&D.
Yeah.
Very much a Viking or Viking themed, Viking inspired setting. So I absolutely love it. I play a Ravenfolk bard, so a bird who cannot sing or play anything, and yet somehow is popular. And His name is Shani, and I absolutely love him already. It's only been the second episode, but yeah, you can catch us there. Check that out. And if nothing else, also kind of tangent off of that, I actually wrote a article about Raven folks for Cobalt Press, which was in their latest Warlock issue.
Nice.
So kind of based this character off of what I wrote, based off of my Indian culture that I kind of weaved into it. So any of that interests you, go check us out. It's on Sunday at 1 p.m. Pacific time.
I think it's 1 p.m. Pacific, 4 p.m. Eastern.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I pay attention.
Yes.
Also, I was like, I want to leave the episode on a really awful, horrific cliffhanger. So clearly I had to bring in Nicoletta because I am troopersjp. I am the GM for this madness. I think we have a title, which was, I saw a title up in there, which was like a Midsummer and Midwinter, I think it was, right? I think that was the title, which was so good. And it's me. And I love this whole crew. I was like, I wonder what's going to happen today. We'll find out. We'll see what goes on. I'm really excited to see where it will go. And I was like, oh, this is where it's going, because some things happened to the solo episode. And I was like, oh, we're going to have one more solo episode next week. And it's going to be Preetam by himself. Yeah. And so anyway, I'm really looking forward to it. Part of me feels like Preetam would have been safer in the brothel with the mangled bodies, but that's why he's not. So
He's passed out. He needed the sleep.
Yeah. I want to thank you, by the way, KP, for just giving me that delicious present. And I'm really looking forward to finding out how it all plays out next week. So I can't wait. I loved everything y'all did. You were all wonderful. And you can find me here, right, at my channel, next Friday for City of Light and Shadow. But for my RPG-related things on Saturday, which is tomorrow, at 2 p.m., at 2 p.m. on Unexpected Productions. I'm in an improv theater show, live streamed, and you can find me there. And Saturday, which is the day after tomorrow, 4 p.m. over at Table Store. You can see me in Blades in the Dark, Faint Dawn, and at 8 p.m. Praxagorthus Morphoria's channel for Romance of the Blue Rose, and then Wednesday also at 8 p.m. On Praxis channel for Witcher Wednesdays, and that's where you can find me. Also, I think it's basically more or less announced, sort of quasi, we'll see. Next week is Gen Con, and on Gen Con TV, I think is probably where it's going to be, at Friday at noon Eastern, from noon to 2, I will be GMing a one-shot that will be 1960s spy themed with a very cool cast. I believe, I cannot announce it yet because I'm just waiting for one more confirmation, but it's going to be really fun. It's going to be really cool. It's going to be inspired by the 60s and spy-fi excitement. So come and watch me there. And everybody else, please take care of yourselves. Give yourselves all the love. And we will see you next week for Kolos, for the prince's
more trauma.
Look, she's a very nice lady. I don't know why you'd think there'd be.
She snuck into my bedroom and somehow we had a master key that was stuck under the door.
Oh, that was their key. She has access to the master key for the whole hotel.
Yeah, she's a psychopath. All right.
Well, that's, I mean, I'm not saying that she's not a psychopath. I'm not saying that she's not. I'm just saying that she's nice about it until she's really awful about it. And then she's not nice about it. You know what? She's not very nice. Never mind. Yeah, you're in trouble. Goodbye, everybody. Take care of yourselves. Join us on our Discord. And if you want to support us on Patreon at Academic Foxhole. And we will see you all around. Take care, everybody. Bye.